Also, we want to use this opportunity to thank every person who has obeyed the voice of reason, who actually know their left from their right, who understand what it takes to be wise, to consider things and know the right action to take at each time. The instructions coming from the DOS, these are common, sensical instructions. These are instructions that would sit well with every right-thinking human being. In any way, if you are hearing things that do not sit well, it is not coming from IPOB. Always verify the source of information. We are grateful to Barrister Ejiofor for doing the needful couple of weeks ago or days. Dailies in Nigeria, newspaper agents, we are writing that IPOB has declared sit at home, where in the same country we had memos giving instruction to that. But because these agents are paid, they keep dishing out wrong information to the people until the barrister took it upon himself and they retracted those false information. So this will let our people understand that it is not just stupid people on the streets. It is not just criminals that are fighting against your freedom. People in offices are being paid. People on your TV screen, they are being paid to talk evil of Biafra, to talk evil of the inhuman actions meted against Mazi Alozie, to talk light of it. They do not talk the right things. They do not say the right things. None of them are deliberating why we should have a competent court acquit Mazi Alozie and discharge him. And it's not obeyed. But every criminal act that happens, they hap on it. The military goes in to kill people. They do not talk about it. The Fulani headsmen go into a village on a rampage and kill people. They do not talk about it. So people in offices are paid world over, not just in the zoo, world over. If you read country information, you will just be wondering, where are these lies coming from? It is because they have people to manage their PR. And these people are just liars who do not care about your safety. So what do you do to preserve yourself? Is to sieve your information. Make sure your information is correct. Make sure you listen to the right source. Make sure you verify your information. Do not say, oh, because it's coming from that channel TV. It is correct. It is a bunch of lies. These are offices owned by politicians who want to paint pictures for you. And the more we listen less to their lies, now they know they cannot control the people with the wrong information. Maybe it will make them to start telling the truth. Our people need to understand that this war, the fight to destroy Biafra, is being fought at many fronts. The Nigerian government is fighting there. The British people, government, they are fighting there. America is fighting. So many countries that are stealing from Nigeria, impoverishing the masses. They have vested interest. They have vested interest. And because of those interests, they feel we cannot lose our cash cow. We cannot just lose this cash cow. Imagine how many millions and billions we will lose if we do not control these people. So, do not believe what you hear from them. A couple of weeks ago, America declared they are donating millions of dollars towards Nigeria election. And you ask me, what election? Why during election? Why are you donating money to Nigeria for election? There are millions of people in Nigeria who are jobless. Why are you giving millions of dollars for election? Is the election what we need? Because they want continued poverty. They give you aid and they write it. Trillions of naira in aid. But they recoup that amount under 3 hours, stealing from you. No one hears of the amount they make in crude oil that they steal from the shores of Nigeria. But they publicize the peanuts they give to Nigeria, which do not even get to Nigerians. The people in power embezzle it, take it back to America and buy property in America, and you are there suffering. These people do not want to help you. They want to keep you in chains. They do not want to help you. They rather want to keep you in chains. In a picture, a child that is 2 years old and he or she cannot walk, and the father is carrying the baby, saying, "Oh, I don't want you to walk. If you start walking, I can no longer carry you like this." He's 3 years. He cannot still walk. 4 years, 5 years, he's not able to walk around. And the father is saying, "Oh, I will carry you. I will carry you. Don't even learn how to walk. It doesn't matter. Do not walk. I am here to carry you. I will just be carrying you. Do not walk." Please, I'm asking you, is that father helping the child, or is he destroying that child? Now, why is he carrying that child and making him not to walk? Because if he starts walking, there are benefits. He will start losing. Maybe he's gaining money, or maybe he's begging with the baby. "Oh, look at my baby. He cannot walk. Can you give me some money?" And he's making money out of that baby. In the picture, people will say, "Oh, he loves his son. He's not walking. He's taking care of him." But in the reality, in the real sense of it, he is destroying the child, making the child incapable of walking so he can continue benefiting. And when the child wants to walk and starts saying, "Why can't I walk like other people?" He says, "No, you are not supposed to walk. Don't worry, I am here to carry you." Is he helping the child or destroying the child? That is the case. They tell you they are giving you aid. They are helping you for election. To select who? To select, they will keep controlling someone that they will still give them the key and the access to your treasury. That is why they are there. And you are on about, "Oh, America gave us millions of dollars for election to train you." to train you how to press computer? Is it to train you to enter data? The name of someone making a vote? And people are happy. Why? Because they are getting extra 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 naira in their pocket. And they've forgotten why they are being given that money. They are being given that money so that they will perpetuate the evil. They've already planned. They are giving you that money. You are collecting that money for the 10-year-old kids that will vote, who are not qualified to vote. They are giving you that money so that you be there to say people voted when people did not vote. They are giving you that money so that they will rig the election with reckless abandon. And you've collected. And tomorrow, you say you are not part of the problem. You are the problem. In IPOB, we've gotten to the place where we do not blame the perpetrator of evil. We blame the people who accept and associate in the evil. That is the point we are. That is reality. That is waking up. I cannot blame the person who is micromanaging me, who is making me look stupid. I blame myself for putting myself in the position. Today, it is remembered almost 200 years later. The Igbo landing in Georgia. Men who stood up and said, no, this is not going to happen. We are Igbos. We cannot be slaves. And they gallantly walked off the boat into the sea. Today, we still remember it. But people who allowed themselves to be used as slaves, yes, they might have survived, but today they are slaves. When they died as slaves. But those men died as heroes and free men. And they reincarnated as free men. That is where we are in Biafra today. That is where we are in IPOB. We do not blame the people who are making actions that are inimical to our growth. We blame ourselves for allowing them to perpetrate such acts, to take it, to eat it, and not to stand up. That is why we are telling our people, if you are still sitting around and eating the garbage being fed you in Nigeria, you are the problem. The Fulanis are not our problem. Because if we stand up and say, no, you cannot enter our land like we are doing today, they cannot. Like IPOB is doing. They cannot. It is when you allow them. That is when they use you. Have you ever seen any Northerner come to Igbo Achebe? But you have people from Igbo land, from Onitsha going to be turbaned in the north. Who do you blame? The person turbaning him or the person that went to be turbaned in the north? couple of weeks ago, we had a market burned down, Sokoto Road, in Onitsha market. No politician did that. Several months ago, sometime last year, markets got burned up in the north. You have our politicians running there to donate state money, even governors going to give state money in millions and trillions of naira. And you ask them, what are you doing? They might say we preach hate. But no, we tell you the reality. It is left for you to think about it and understand and realize that the master to the slave is not necessarily the problem. The problem is the slave who endures the slavery. If the slave master continues in the trade of slavery, it is because he has slaves that are willing to be slaves. At this juncture, I would like to invite one of my comrades who's here tonight, to talk to us. Mazi, you can unmute and talk to our people.
All right, Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the very wonderful contribution you just put there. And as well as what Mazi Former said in the introduction speech. I'd like to acknowledge presence of our micro participants tonight, those from the family here in Australia, I live in Australia. And I would like to thank all of you Biafrans listening to us tonight. I would like to also obviously thank our host, Mazi. It is important that we remind ourselves always what we're doing and why we're doing what we're doing. I think when we started this Wednesday night broadcast months ago, we made it very clear that our intention was to encourage our people not to dwell, not to move away from the path that was set on stone by our leader Nnamdi Kanu, not to move away, not to be confused, and not to be disillusioned. Because at that very beginning, a lot of people were listening already to the deceiver who lives in Finland. And we already started buying the minds of our people. But we were warning. We are raising the alarm. We told you guys we identified in his approach characteristics of deception, characteristics of manipulator. And it's only time that we reveal this. And I'm glad that we are increasingly becoming aware of the mistakes of the past some of you made. Some of us were quick to realize this, and we raised the alarm. The problem our people have, whether they are involved in IPOB movement for restoration of Biafra, for self-determination, or they are involved in religious organizations and churches, the problem we have is that when we go there, we don't go with our mind, we go with the heart. And we listen to the prompts of the heart. The heart makes its judgment on the basis of emotions and sentimentalism. But the mind has to see in the light of reason, as Mazi put it, the light of the reason. That is what helps the mind to make decisions. You do not do freedom fighting with just the heart and the emotions that move the heart. Oh, we want to be free now. Oh, we're just going to kill everybody and get what we want. No, it doesn't work that way. Because this world we live in is structured on a principle. Whether it's a perfect or imperfect world, there are certain foundational principles that guide the activities of the world. And so when you talk about international politics, international community, the global agenda, how things should work, you realize that there are principles set in stone about activities, certain activities, political activities, advocacies, and every other thing you want to think about, whether it's economic, whether it's cultural, whether it is, whatever that is. There are certain rules and regulations that guide our approach. These are not always civil. They're not always about, by civil I mean legal principles. It's not about what is right and what is wrong from a legal perspective. It is also ethical. It is also moral. From a moral perspective, the do's and don'ts that guide every action, for which every action, everybody that acts or performs an action can be held responsible for their act. All right? That's moral principle. That's also what is guiding us. IPOB as an organization is built on a more foundational moral principles. We have principles. People talk about ideology, but there is no ideology without basic principles that guide ideology. Ideology is structured around the value system. In IPOB, we have our objective, what we're trying to get at, and that is the freedom for our people, liberation of our people from the current slavery, to save our people. The word freedom comes from the Latin word salvare, to save, to restore. That is freedom, to set free. Now, there is something I said here, I think I said it at our last broadcast. You cannot be saving the people and at the same time killing the same people. It is very important the drastic steps that IPOB legal team have taken, which is freeing the idiots in Finland. I'm sorry to use that word. That's really what it is. He does not act like a human being, and he thinks that he knows it all. And what surprises me is that he has followers. Why would you follow somebody that is killing your brothers and sisters as somebody who's going to give you life? Biafra and IPOB want Biafra because we want a better life for living conditions for our people. We want freedom for our people. So we want them alive to enjoy that freedom. Somebody is somewhere giving order to kill his own people. And you have to understand this. As I said, we operate from a moral perspective. We have a moral certain, principles that are structured on the basis of moral and on the basis of international laws. First of all, what we are agitating for is called fundamental human rights, the right to exercise our freedom to self-determination, to be on our own, to determine our political and economic future. That is a fundamental right. And that right gives us the right to political, what you call both political right and cultural right, cultural coexistence right to exist as a people. All right? This is an internationally recognized right. We are not the first to fight for this right. But if you're going to fight for this right, you're going to fight it in the right way. And that is democratic way. Democracy is at the heart of what we do. As a principle, I'm talking about, not as an organizational approach necessarily, because IPOB has its own ideological way of conducting But I'm saying what makes us, gives us the same right as South Sudanese, as every other, Scotland, as Catalonians, as every other nation that has fought for the independence. What gives us the same right, what puts us on the same, if you like, moral pedestal to say that we also have the right, it is our right, is the democratic principle of self-determination. It's a human right. Human right is a democratic principle. Right? Now, these principles are very important that we hold on to this principle and then hold the world responsible for not defending Biafrans, for not agreeing with us in our argument to be free from Nigeria. You cannot fight for freedom on the basis of this principle that I've just explained. You can't fight for freedom and at the same time not allowing other people the freedom to live, the freedom of movement, the freedom of speech, and other sets of freedom. These are all together. That's why it's called fundamental human rights, and it's inalienable, universal human right. It's not just one. We're fighting for self-determination. That's right. But we cannot at the same time impinging on other people's right of movement, on other people's freedom of speech. We cannot kill people because they do not agree with us. That's anti-democracy. That nullifies our own moral principle and our own campaign and argument for Biafra. And what that guy in Finland has been doing is exactly this. Somebody says he's fighting for you, but he's killing your brothers and sisters. He's tormenting them. He's terrorizing your villages. You can't go home. And why would you even think twice? I think the legal team of IPOB acted very slowly, and they did it on purpose to give time for people to see through the light of reason and to repent. But this should have been done earlier, because this guy should have been stopped by now. It's very important that IPOB makes it clear that this is not part of us. In principle and in action, we do not sanction what he's doing. He's not acting on our behalf. He's not representing us. He's not championing the same thing in and through IPOB. So this is what we're trying to do. We do not want the international community to see IPOB as a terrorist organization, as Mazi clearly explained. That's not where we're going. Because we are fighting for our freedom, and we have rights to. We are not in war with our people. If anything, you should direct your aggression towards Nigerian government, and you should do that in a proper way. Not by going around shooting people, giving order to kill people. Even a pregnant woman, kids are being slaughtered in our land. This never happened before. So there's no way IPOB should be quiet. We should act. Because as I said, we are fighting to save our people. They said our leader has not spoken. Oh, we're doing it for our leader. Sit at home for our leader. Our leader said, stop doing it for me. You're not doing it. You're not helping Mike. Oh, he hasn't spoken. The lawyer could have said anything. He said it in the court. Stop killing our people. I'm here for them. Our leader is in jail, in detention, for our people. I'm here so that they can live. I'm here so they can have life and have it in abundance through self-determination. So stop killing them. Some of us are overseas over years, since IPOB, pretty much since IPOB started. 8 years, 10 years, we haven't gone home. Because last week we were detained for being members of IPOB. So technically some of us are in exile, but still fighting for this. Why? We want our people to be free. We want our land to be free. We want our people to enjoy. Like every other human race is having good time, developing their place. So I would like to thank our legal team. They've done a great job. This has been long expected of them. And I'm glad they have executed. And this will continue. And those of you that probably still behind all this atrocity going around, you better repent. And you better walk away from this guy. Because you will go down just as he does. He will certainly go down, and you will go with him. You will go with him, and you will not blame nobody. Same way you kill our people, you destroy life and properties of our people. The same way yours might be one day destroyed. So I thank the legal team for what they've done, and IPOB will keep on moving strong. Nobody is our leader other than one leader we have, Mazi Alozie, and the leadership of DOS, the structure of IPOB. There is no comparison anywhere in the world. We haven't seen this kind of noble movement. And this is the agenda of the enemy, to attack from within, to destroy this movement. And that will not work. All right? So I will leave it here as I'm working, and I'm going to return to work. But I want to thank all of us IPOB members, Biafrans all over the world. Continue to support IPOB. Continue to support the judgment of this leadership, the DOS, together with our leader, Mazi Alozie, because it's for the good and benefit of our people. Very well. Thank you, Mazi, for having me. Sign out something.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you for that talk, and thank you for all the pointers you've raised. It's very important that our people listen and ruminate over the words that are being said here, because the words are not just being talked; they are ideas that have been thought of, considered, and over time ruminated over. And these are the issues that our people sometimes have. We do not think things through to see. But when you listen to Radio Biafra, you get to understand why some decisions are being made by those making them. And then at the end, you will still understand that the DOS are wise, and IPOB is far, far ahead of all these infiltrators. They cannot catch us. Like Mazi Moru would say, they don't know what we are planning, and they cannot never understand our plans. Thank you for that, Mazi. At this, I would want Mazi's Silas, please, if you can talk to us. We would love to hear your ideas tonight. Thank you very much. Mazi, I think you unmute, please. Can you unmute and talk to us?
You're listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We'll continue with this program. Get you some things to listen to, some of the programs, clips that we need to learn from. These clips are clips that when you hear them, when you listen to them, you start thinking about what's been going on. And when people come to say they are conducting election, we have told everybody that IPOB is not interested in the election. What we want is referendum. Let people decide their future, their fate. During the game yesterday, there was something said by one of the sports commentators. Croatia is 4 million in population. That broke away from Yugoslavia. Then I started pinching myself. Oh, they can package themselves very well where nobody is oppressed. They can package themselves. But here we are, they will group us together and burn us alive. When you have the Croatians exiting, this is population of 4 million. Oduduwa alone is 70-something million. In other words, in Oduduwa, you can get 6 countries out of Oduduwa land, Oduduwa nation. You can get 6 countries from out of Biafra land, 70 million. You can get 6 countries out of Middle Belt, and you can get 100 countries from the north based on their population claim. You can get 100 countries out of that. If that is the case, why are these foreign countries destroying us with population, with people that have nothing in common? And they are telling you that you are one. There are things we can accept, and there are things we cannot accept. When people see things and inform us, we need to learn from it. Because these are things that we are unable to see. Those that noticed it called your attention to it. Then it becomes your responsibility to make sense out of it. Our people, listen to this. This is what we are dealing with in the zoo, where we have not been able. We've not been able to do anything. Give me a second. This thing is frozen. Let me see what I can do. I can start it over.
was put in office for two reasons. One was domestic, one was international. Every president of America is given a domestic mandate and an international mandate. Barack Obama's international mandate was to make Africa and its resources safe again for Western exploitation, in particular through the AFRICOM program of putting United States military bases within African soil, geographically located close to places with high levels of mineral reserve. So what's going on in Ghana right now? An agreement between the Ghanaian government and the United States to put a military base in Ghana. This is all strategic to make sure that if Africa ever decides to rise up and push back against European imperialism, aka white supremacy, they will not be in a military position to be able to do that. So Obama succeeded. And the reason he succeeded in Africa is because Africa, just like Black America, just like Black Europe, thought the presidency of Barack Obama was a blessing, because we don't understand white supremacy and we don't understand politics. It doesn't matter whose face is on the cover. It doesn't matter whose face is out front. The only thing that matters is the color of the hand that makes the decisions. Barack Obama was a flunky. He was a functionary. He was a stool pigeon, and he was a puppet. And yes, he was a coon. Barack Obama did absolutely nothing to benefit Africa. He did absolutely nothing to benefit African people. Now, domestically, Barack Obama's job was to distract Black people in America long enough for the government to take everything that our ancestors fought for, roll it up into one big ball: civil rights, voting rights, affirmative action, equality, you name it, and roll it on over to the feminist movement, roll it on over to the LBGT movement, and roll it on over to the multicultural movement. So today in America, whenever you hear civil rights discussed, Black people are not in the conversation. It's gays, it's feminism, or it's multiculturalism. They use Barack Obama to take everything Black people fought for and give it to people who have never fought for Black people.
What do you know about the situation of Black people in France?
I'm somewhat familiar, because I tend to study the international situation. Not thoroughly familiar, but I will say this. In all my travels, wherever I go, there's four things constant. I don't care if I'm in France, London. I don't care if I'm in South Africa, Nigeria. I don't care if I'm in Holland, Austria, Jamaica, Turks and Caicos, Canada, LA, Houston. On the planet, there's four constants for African people. Number one, we're worshiping a white Jesus. I don't care where you go. Black people in love with a white Christ. That's number one. Number two, you have mass incarceration of Black males at a rate 4 or 5 times their percentage of the population in that particular state. Number three, you have miseducation of Black children. You have the over-identification of Black children in classifications of mental retardation, ADHD, learning disabled. You have record numbers of single Black mothers raising our children on their own. Okay. And then on top of that, you also have a Black economy, which is totally dominated by people who do not look like us. I don't care where you go on the planet, Black people are not in control of their economy. Your rice, your bread, your milk, your sneakers, your hats, your clothing, your transportation, your electronics, everything you buy is being sold to you by somebody who don't look like you, but more importantly, don't care about you.
What would be the solutions? Because, you know, this is a statement, but now what could be the solutions?
Solutions are simple. And the solution hasn't changed since Marcus Garvey articulated it over 100 years ago. And the solution is independence in all areas of human endeavor. The solution for African people is no different than the solution for Chinese people. The solution for African people is no different than the solution for the French people. It's the same. It's no secret. It's not hidden under a rock. We have to do what everyone else has done, and has build ourselves up independently, economically, educationally, spiritually, socially, politically. We must become a power base, which we are not, as we are today, with all of our doctors, with all of our college educated folks, with all of our Black capitalistic business owners who are only looking to get rich themselves, but do nothing to raise the general economic condition of Black people. We are still a race of dependents. If you live in France, you're dependent on the French government for this and for that. You're dependent on white business to provide your basic needs. America, it's the same thing. Africa, it's the same thing. Wherever we are dependent on the white power structure where we live. There's 4 institutions that you must have in order to be considered an independent community. We don't have them nowhere in space and time at the same time. A hospital to protect African life. A supermarket okay, for nutrition, to preserve African life. Education, to prepare the next generation of African children for the role that they must play in the freedom struggle. And number 4, a bank to finance the building of infrastructure and institutions and organizations and programs where we live. You cannot find those 4 things totally owned by African people anywhere on the face of the earth, but we will call ourselves free. There's 2 types of freedom. There's a freedom and there's an freedom. White people have the freedom. We have the freedom because we're too politically uneducated to recognize that it doesn't matter if you can drive a Mercedes. It doesn't matter if you can live in a white suburb. It doesn't matter if your black child can go to a white school. At the end of the day, what do you control? What do you own? What do you produce? What do you distribute? Marcus Garvey said, a race without power and authority is a race without respect. A race that doesn't respect itself automatically forfeits the respect of other people. So you say, where did we begin? 2 things. Education and economics. It's going to be hard to break the psychological chains of slavery as long as just about everyone in this room went to a white school to get their education, a white public school to get that education. And what is the function of public education? Whether it's UK, France, Austria, Germany, USA, it doesn't matter. The purpose of education for African children in a European context is to teach the African child that you are second place, and that is where you will always stay. And the only way you can rise above it is if we give you permission to rise above it. The education system's job is to make sure black children never come to believe that they have a right to replace the white boy being in control.
That was the next question I was going to ask you, because, you know, when we speak about African Americans, do you think that African Americans are truly and deeply aware of their African roots?
Well, I don't think that's a question just for African Americans. I think that's a question for Africans anywhere.
Yeah, of course, but I'm speaking about this because you are from the United States, so of course.
Right, but I want to Pan-Africanize the question, though.
Okay, all right. So
because whether you're dealing with France, whether you're dealing with UK, whether you're dealing with Black America, okay?
So globally, yeah.
Globally, it's no different. Canada, it's no different.
So do you think that Afro-descendants are really aware of their African roots?
I think that we are aware of the roots, but we are in denial of the roots. Okay? This is why black women spend billions of dollars on perm, weave, blonde hair, green eyes, blue eyes. This is why educated black men, I don't care if they live in Paris, I don't care if they're in Austria, Holland, UK, Canada, US, or South Africa. Educated black men marry outside of their race more than the men of any other race put together because you hate yourself. And the reason why we do this is we actually think we can convince white people if we act white enough to accept us, because we don't understand white supremacy and we don't understand eugenics. Eugenics is the science of exterminating the African DNA. It don't matter if you're light skinned with green eyes, you still African. It don't matter if you're blue, black, purple with nappy hair, you still African. It don't matter if you in Paris speaking French or the US speaking English. At the end of the day, you carry the gene of Africa. And that gene of Africa is the most powerful DNA on earth. We are the only people who can reproduce ourselves in every other group. I can make a baby with a Chinese woman, it's an African baby. I can make a baby with a French woman, it's an African baby. An Arab, an East Indian, a Native American, it's an African baby. You understand? The white man cannot reproduce himself in any other woman but one who looks like him, because he's genetically recessive. I'm genetically dominant, and that's why he must eliminate me. Because in the natural order of things, if I do absolutely nothing, we can literally predict the date where he will no longer exist. So he has to make a decision. He either has to get rid of me first before nature gets rid of him.
So speaking about this, what is your feeling about interracial marriage?
I don't support it.
Why?
I have nothing against white women or Chinese women or Arab women or East Indian women, but the black man belongs with the black woman. The first institution that has to be built is the black family. If you don't save that, you save nothing else. If you don't build that, you build nothing else. A white woman can't understand my struggle. A Chinese woman can't understand my struggle. And what black men fail to recognize, even when you marry white or Arab or Chinese or East Indian or Latino, that woman is still loyal to her race. So it doesn't matter if she had your baby. It doesn't matter if y'all got married. It doesn't matter if y'all sleeping with each other. At the end of the day, her loyalty is not to her husband. It is to her community. And at any moment that that community calls on her to do a job, she will do it. So even though you're laying on top of her, she's still in charge of you.
I will revisit this for analysis. I just wanted you to hear it. Know what is happening to us. Know what we are going through in the zoo. You see how it was planned. And this is with particular reference to what they are saying is election. For over 100 years, you've been conducting election with no result. You have been hating yourself. You're killing yourselves. And nobody has the sense to say, hold on, what's going on here? How can we solve the problem? You see the proliferation where the mentality of blacks in Nigeria is so degraded. And they want to do something, they go to London. And they have health crisis, they run to London. And they have common football issue, they look for white man coach. They have industrial crisis, they run to London. And they want advice, they run to London. They want health examination, they run to London. Industrialization, they run to London. How are you free? How can you be respected when you cannot have confidence to respect yourself? When you have no pride. We have reached the age of interracial marriages, and at the end of the day, it is not that you racially married. What is the end game? You seldom see them together during old age. When they are in their youth, they are together. Towards the old age, you go your separate ways. Why? It is that sense of unknown. You want to test the other side. And towards the end, you say, after all, I prefer mine better. Then you come to social amenities. They are there. But how many do you have access to? It used to be whites only bathroom, whites only club, whites only sports. And then it was the barrier was broken down. And you still have some countries that killed all the black people they have. There are some countries that killed all the blacks they have. And nobody has raised an alarm. or even apology. But they come to the international arena to say they are playing with you. The black people need to galvanize themselves. They need to get their acts together and make tests together with the white people on equal terms. This question of being subservient when there's no need for it is not it's not good. After listening to this guy, I say kudos to Mazi Alozie, who tried very much to alert you. He's still trying to get you to reason, but he is hated for raising alarm. Listen to Abati and his colleague talking about election and all whatnot. Maybe if I dump it on you, then you will understand what I'm saying. They are journalists, but they cannot tell you the truth. Yeah, they claim to be something, but at the end of the day, they are nothing. Because once the truth evades you, you're not strong enough. With your qualification as a journalist, what is the fundamental principle of your journalism? Expose the lie and tell the truth. Instead, these people are playing with your lives. Listen to El Rufai and listen to Rufai and Ruben Abati of Arise Television, and you will see what I'm saying. These are the people that you expect to tell you the truth, but you'll never hear it from them. But what they can do is to personalize their issues.
My people, APC people don't they take this matter serious? So they say Tinubu them don't go call Arise TV. The person will get Arise TV. May they sack Rufai and they embroider Ruben Abati. Say they know they support them. They know they try. You need to listen to what Ruben Abati and Rufai they talk concerning the matter. Watch this video. Make sure say you share it because this election they don't they take them too personal.
What are your thoughts on this morning?
So as a journalist, I never love to be part of the story because we report the story. But in a time like this, when it's politics, you have to be part of the story. And you see, it's a record. I've got nothing against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I love everybody equally because it's my injunction as a Christian to love. I've got nothing against my Bayo Onuga and Mr. Dele Alaki. I love them as professionals in their own fields. But also, the kind of journalism I was taught. Anyway, they abuse me all the time that I'm not a journalist. But I've spent quite so many years in this business. Yeah. I might not look it, but I've done well over 16, going to 17 years. In Lagos alone, I've put in close to 10 years on radio before I came. So I didn't just drop from the skies. I know my stuff. I've worked with the best media brands all over the world. I've also mentored a lot of people in this business. But I think the stress here is objectivity. I will be objective in my coverage of every presidential candidate. And what you cannot fault me for is that I've been objective with all the presidential candidates. Part of the toughest interviews we had here has been with Peter Obi. And trust me, the kind of heat we give to Mr. Peter Obi when he's here, I'm not sure we've been able to interview other presidential candidates.
That way.
On this platform like that.
Yeah.
And that's the level of objectivity. Because you see, they say all sorts about me. They do all sorts. But what I want them to know is that I love them, irrespective of the hatred that is being meted out of me. I'm a child of love. I was conceived in love. They even went further, and thank God Dr. Mati was there. They took a picture of Peter Obi and me and Jandon at my own father's day of tribute. I couldn't even allow my father rest in peace before they brought my father, my dear father, the love of my life, into politics while I was still grieving. And they labeled it a political gathering. Allow my father rest in peace before they brought my father, my dear father, the love of my life, into politics while I was still grieving. And they labeled it a political gathering. But in all of this, I forgive them. You know what I'm just concerned about? I'm concerned about the future of this country. I want this country to do well because we have problems. Unemployment, underdevelopment. And you know why I also forgive them? Because all of this will not matter any longer after the 25th or after February when the presidential election will be done. You see all these people that are antagonistic, we will now come together and see how can we make this country better. They love Nigeria too, they are patriots. But it's just that they can't stand the objectivity because of where their interest is towards. And I don't have any problems with anybody having interests. But also let objective voice stand. And it's quite shocking to me, Ayo. It's just this morning like I found out that they've been talking to my bosses at the back and they wanted to remove me from Arise TV and take me out. When I hear that, I keep telling people my future, my career, my destiny is in God's hands. It's not in the hands of man. And with any manipulation, I love them. Last week, Mr. Bayanaluga mentioned my name. In an interview, mentioned Dr. Bati's name too, that we were politically leaning. And all I just looked and said is, I have a lot of respect for him to do all of that and to say things that are not true about me. But with all of this hatred and this attack, all I can give is the love of God from my heart to all of them. And I hope when this passes, we'll be able to focus on the real substance, which is the development of this country with so much potential, but it's being crippled with personal interest. I love them all. I love Nigeria.
As clearly stated in the this day Arise Group statement, is that one, the media cannot be intimidated. Whatever your pedigree, whether you are a top journalist or you are working for a politician, you cannot frustrate the independent media. That's the main point there. And to restate the duties and responsibilities of the media, that nobody can dictate how any media house should function. As long as the issue at stake is free speech. And I think in that regard, this day, Arise Media Group is perfectly in order. Second, other issues were addressed in this matter, in this statement. What could have led to it? The first was a certain report about a certain Akode who died, and all of that was linked to Bola Ahmed Tinubu's background when he was in Chicago. Okay, so if that was the issue, this is saying, Arise Group is saying, why didn't they counter with superior information if they have it? And the statement went on to say, we cannot afford to have a Noriega movement in Nigeria. Anybody who aspires to be president of Nigeria must come to equity with clean hands. When questions are raised, those questions must be responded to. And the resort to blackmail is undemocratic. So the statement raised the point that if this is an indication, if they are saying, their candidate cannot be criticized, their candidate cannot be asked questions, he cannot be invited to a town hall because he wants to organize his own, are they trying to suggest that should their candidate win, then the media will be suppressed? That will be a return to the era of military dictatorship.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that this is coming from Abati. And look at them. Are they crying over the spilled milk or the milk that will be spilled? Mazi Alozie is there, being held for committing no crime. And they are talking about democracy and freedom of speech. And the one that expressed his feelings is under lock and keys. And did they condemn it? No. These are the same people that, especially Abati, then, I think now he is beginning to, I must be honest with you, now he is changing a little bit because he's beginning to see the handwriting on the wall. Before, he used to talk rubbish. Now he is seeing what Nnamdi Kanu saw a long time ago. Now you know that freedom of speech is very, very important. You know it's good to be free. These are the same politicians that have scuttled your freedom. And who are those responsible? Let's go to the top of this political juggernauts. They are not well informed. They have been groomed by Britain. I will always call Britain and Blair and the Western world. These people have groomed these hopeless politicians to be their servants, to do as they say and not what they do. They want to do what they say you should do, but not do what they are doing. They arm you to kill your people, and you kill your people. They tell you to sit together because you are the largest democracy in Africa. And Abati is talking about dictatorship. And that struck a chord. Dictatorship. Which one is more than what you're experiencing? Anarchy and dictatorship. And you are serving them. You are doing all the things they want you to do. Now you want to stand out by telling the truth. Now the politicians are telling you, if you tell the truth, you are out. Mazi Alozie told you the truth. You did not support him because their tribalism continued to flow in your blood. You've listened to the interview given to B and the so-called presidential debate, quote unquote. You heard what the Fulani female journalist asked. The first question was IPOB. What did IPOB do? Nothing. Conduct a referendum. Abati and Rufai, if all of you are really born-again journalists, we'll wait to see what your response will be. In any democratic issue, referendum should be induced. It should be fortified on the ballot. Let the Oduduwas decide if they want to continue. Rufai and Abati, are you telling me if you are in Oduduwa Republic that you'll be undergoing this pressure? I don't think so. As our leader used to say, serve the zoo and come back disgraced. You're getting a reward of it. You're being threatened. Not that they may or they may not. Tinubu may or may not sack you. because you're not promoting his agenda. Racism, tribalism, nepotism is the order of the day in the zoo. Are the Igbos, the Biafrans, are they learning their lessons? The answer is no. They are still being thrown around like piece of paper. Take them up, release it, it will wave, and land somewhere. Not exactly where you want it to land. Take a paper money, throw it up and say, land on my feet. It will not. It's like it's running away from you. It's like the paper money have eyes and brain. Try like you want to catch it to say, leave me alone. And you'll be dancing like somebody chasing the deserted fly. Let's continue with Abati.
And it would be so unfortunate if that were to be the suggestion, considering the fact that all the spokesmen for Ashwadi Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they constantly remind us that this was a man who was part of the June 12 struggle, which is a fact. Okay, so because the same man wants to be president of Nigeria now, the same media, he wants to suppress the media. And again, another irony there. Many of these stars, they become famous because the media created them in the first place. Many of these people you see, without the media, nobody will know them. And that's why I often say, look, the media also, the iconization process, the hero selection process that we go through, that we do on a daily basis, you also have to be careful. Because you go and create some people, you turn them into heroes, they will turn around and become monsters against you. The other point made in that statement is the attempt by politicians to think that they can take editorial decisions for media houses. No, that in itself is an erosion of the independence of the media. You don't tell an editor or a media house, I want my story to appear on social media. This is how I want you to treat my story. Please use my material tomorrow. No, you don't do that. We are gatekeepers. And as chairman editorial board, you don't come and tell me you want your article to appear tomorrow. You don't tell me. I decide how I want to do my job as a gatekeeper. And whoever you are, you don't dictate because the owner of the business himself does not dictate. So it's good that, this RRI's group, the group is insisting on professionalism and also the right of reply of the other party, which is another thing that starts out strong there. If you feel aggrieved, then say your own side of the story. The platform is available for everybody. And the painful part, just to end on that note, is that the people who are trying to bully the media, they are themselves persons who have been in the struggle, who have defended press freedom. So why is it that they have changed all of a sudden? Because it's like, kicking their own pedigree, their own antecedents, down the road, just to please a politician. This is a dilemma that many journalists face. But I think it's important that I rise.
Oh, yes. It's more than meets the eye. I will go back to Rufai and Abati. This is with regard to the clip I played yesterday. These people, that's when I tell you nepotism is deeply rooted. We cannot be honest to ourselves. Since we cannot be honest to ourselves, since nepotism is the order of the day, what are you doing calling yourself we are Nigerians? We are not Nigerians. Abati and Rufai, have you asked yourself why you are a Nigerian? and how you can possibly make Nigeria one when you cannot honestly tell the truth when it comes to evil when you see one, when you cannot stand and defend the innocent being bullied, being imprisoned, being abused. Nepotism is what's controlling you. If you are sincere the way you say you are, journalistically, all of you will say freedom of speech, release Mazi Kanu. Let there be referendum. This is the work of the media. You are not independent as you claim you are. I think you're facing the axe. So you are trying to put a different image. Be perfect in the first place. Don't collect bags of trouble. What can be used against you? Let your hands be clean in the first place. If your hands are clean, you fear no evil. You will discharge your duties meritoriously. But once your hands are contaminated, either with chocolate, either with honey, either with grease, now you start being careful where you touch it. You know what I'm talking about. If you want to prove me or understand what I'm saying, immerse your hand in the oil and button your shirt. Immerse your hand in chocolate and button your shirt, or honey, or any sticky stuff. The first order, conscious order, is be careful how you use your hand. Ladies and gentlemen, Abati and Rufa and your other colleagues, you have been conducting yourself that way. Being careful who you criticize. Anything that concerns IPOB will be the front line. Criticizing IPOB, criticizing our leader Mazi Alozie, kind of for telling you the truth. Now you are going through what he has been preaching. If you had been honest in the first place, if you have not been partial, we can sympathize with you. If this is your spirit, if this is a new found Abati and Rufa has been consistent, but the only way he goofed was his conference yesterday, the panel they had yesterday, excuse me. I would like our people to hear it. I like our people to hear it. When you get paid to lie, spread wrong information, these are the things you get. These are the things you get. They'll come back to haunt you. After all, my request is very simple. You see people being murdered by politicians. Politicians are beginning to kill themselves. And instead of you being honest as a journalist and calling a spade, you turn to accuse IPOB. Abati and Rufai, are you telling me that you've not had the press release from IPOB that there are criminals wreaking havoc in Biafra land, and we have nothing to do with them? They are not part of us. We are not part of them. And we will like them to be silent and not cause trouble in Biafra land. You did not say anything. Before I play that clip, this is a APC national chairman that was stripped naked in Nasarawa state. Rufai and I keep calling it Rufai and Abati. What did you say? Yeah. That's what happened in Nasarawa state. But these people did not mention it. They don't even act that as if something happened. We have been under threat. Nothing that a regular Nigerian deserves that he receives. We don't receive anything. And people look at us to do the needful. We can't do the needful. We've not been able to do the needful. Who do we owe? What are our responsibilities? Our leader has always been the person that stands tough to say, this is my stance. This is what I believe in. This is the way I feel and the path we need to take to salvage whatever we have left as black people. It becomes a crime. It becomes a crime. How far can we go? That is my question. How far can we go? When we go, are we going to go fearlessly? That we let foreigners, we let people that feed on us decide our future. This is a crime to humanity. But those of us that are supposed to be upfront, for those of us that are supposed to stand tall and not shake, have we upheld our principle? Did we uphold whatever it is that we are trying to project to people? I don't think so. Our leader needs to be freed. The country should separate. People should go their separate ways. And as soon as they do it, the better. And this is the lie the Rufai and Abati and their lady journalist said yesterday. Then I'm trying to get you to compare the statements from Rufai and Abati to this one.
Well, all right. Good morning to you viewers. Let's begin what's trending with this video showing some alleged members of the indigenous peoples of Biafra shooting sporadically in the air after attacking campaign vehicles belonging to the All Progressives Congress. In the video, the men could be heard reiterating the sit-at-home order declared following the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of IPOB. The men
Now, this is Arise Television. This is Arise Television. You see the presentation, the opening remark. Descend on IPOB, lie about them, bastardize their name, that they are the ones. And she said it very clearly, without any reservation.
could also be heard saying that anyone who works with the Nigerian government will die. Let's take a look.
APC, don't fire them. This government is our government. This government, not for Nigeria government. APC, don't fire them. Don't fire APC. Don't fire APC. Don't fire APC. This government is our government. Anybody will work with Nigeria government will die. This government is our government. Be you who? This government is our government. This is the APC motto. This is APC motto. APC motto. APC motto. APC motto. This government is our government. Sit at home. I've already been declared. This government is our government. This government is our government. Anybody who works for Nigeria.
Sit at home has already been declared. Who declared sit at home? Not IPOB. Are you telling me that these journalists are deaf? Are you telling me that these journalists did not hear the press release? Are you telling me that these journalists did not hear the condemnation of sit-at-home expressed by the DOS and HOD, that there is no need for sit-at-home, that these sit-at-homes that are being given are given by experiment to cause mayhem, to kill people, to cause destabilization in Biafra land? Are you telling me that these journalists did not hear it? Are you telling me that these journalists were unable to see that they called for sit-at-home? Was it IPOB that called for sit-at-home? Absolutely not. If that is the case, why would they attribute this to IPOB? Just a way of promoting hatred and condemnation for IPOB and our leader Mazi Alozie. Do you see their plan? We have told you we don't care what you do in the election. All we're demanding is referendum. Did we condemn the election? No. We did not. We know what your plans are. So let's continue.
With Nigeria government must go down. Their government. This government is our government.
Well, Rufai, I thought it was important to highlight this story.
APC motto. Don't fire APC. Don't fire APC. Don't fire APC. This government is our government. Anybody will work with Nigeria government will die. This government is our government. Be you who? This government is our government. This is the APC motto. This is APC motto. APC motto. APC motto. APC motto. This government is our government. Sit sit at home have already been declared. This government is our government. Anybody who works for Nigeria government must go down. This government is our government.
Now you hear it. You hear it very clearly. I replayed it. And these people lied to the public that it is IPO. Let's continue.
I thought it was important to highlight this story. This is so sad. And, you know, those people committing that heinous crime under the whatever guise of the indigenous people of Biafra or whatever it is unacceptable. As you know, IPOB has come out to say that they are not a violent group. These people are criminals, and we must say that as well. This is unacceptable.
Whatever the case is, the APC, just like every political party, has a right to campaign. Mm-hmm. And we condemn this attack against that APC vehicle, against the campaign of the APC in the state this happened, and against these criminal groups that want to thwart our democracy. We must fight groups like this out. And the security authority should be able to investigate this video and apprehend the people that have done this very terrible act. We can't build a country this way. And that's why you see, when people think that 2023 election is about tribalism, is about ethnic sentiments, it's about religious slants, they're joking. They have no idea the keg of gunpowder Nigeria is sitting on. Insecurity has become an existential threat to Nigeria. Look at us today. We can't provide enough food because farmers can't go to the farm. So with all the...
Rufai, you see where I wanted to compare your cry to your statement back to back. There's food crisis because farmers cannot go to farm. Why can't they go to farm? Is it IPOB? Is that not why IPOB said we must go our separate ways? Because terrorism is too much. And all of you cannot condemn it. All of you sitting there cannot come out and say we condemn this terroristic act carried out by the Fulanis. You did not. Now you have felt a little heat. You're backing like a dog. Be honest in the first place. Your assertion about Nigeria, with your intelligence, you know there's nothing like Nigeria. You'll be better off going back to your region. With your intelligence, you'll be better off educating the people that Nigeria is false. It is the conception of Britain and the West. With your intelligence, you should have been able to convince people that Nigeria is a contraption, not a country. And you're making it seem as if without Nigeria nobody can live. But you're not living. When you're not learning, you're not living. When you fail to learn from the mistakes of the past and you continue to sheepishly repeat the same, you're not better off. Much high esteem is expected from your caliber. The learned from the new generation of Rufai and Abati. You know what is killing Nigeria. You know there is no country like Nigeria. You know that 70-something million plus of Duduas cannot get any job under the name of Nigeria. You know that 70-something million of the Biafrans cannot get jobs under the name Nigeria. You know 70-something million of the Middle Belt cannot get jobs. And 3 million plus of the Fulanese have all the jobs. Have any of you sat down to criticize the nepotic appointments? No, you've not. Because they gave you a position to broadcast in Arise TV. Let's continue.
Money being spent on agriculture. It won't come out because you have insecurity too. And let's not deceive ourselves. It's happening to all of us. INEC offices have been attacked. Just only this morning I heard about another attack in Imo State.
Unacceptable.
So you are having one too many attacks and presidential candidates think it's a joke. And that's why I beg everybody. And that's why I laugh at people that think it's about rabid political sentiment because they're deluded. That's the highest level of delusion. I beg everybody, after 25th of February, after elections have been won and lost, after different opposition has been shown to whoever might be that might emerge, we must come together and remember that Nigeria belongs to all of us and give our critical criticism to whoever emerge.
Nigeria does not belong to all of us. Nigeria belongs to the Fulanis. They are telling you that Nigeria belongs to them, and that is why they are slaughtering you. And that is why I differ from you. You cannot call a spade a spade. You cannot. In which way are you benefiting from Nigeria? I don't know. It's only bloodbath, killings, and they are taking over our land. And you're still talking about one Nigeria and the so-called political jamboree you involve yourself with. Who are those responsible for those political acts? Britain. You remember them going to Chatham House. What is the business of Nigeria if they are actually independent? What is their business in Chatham House? They have no business there. It is a sign of immaturity. You have considered and consented to be brainly demoralized. And that is what is happening. And you sitting there making these statements is sort of demoralizing. For those of you that expect much from the media, this is
to make this country work, because this country is on the precipice. It is burning down in our faces, and we must do something. We can't have a country where political parties are attacked in broad daylight because of sit-at-home orders.
There you go. There you go. That's what you all are focusing on. But you did not focus on the one they stripped the politician naked in Adamawa or Nasarawa, whatever Wawa it is. You see what I mean by nepotism? Sectional reporting. That you're using politics as a cover-up. And you're presenting IPOB as your problem. Now you know where the problem is coming from. APC attacking other political parties. And other political parties attacking APC, which you will reveal later on. I simply mellowed down to get your presentation open. So I let people look into what this Arise journalists are saying. See how they are lying to you. You see how they have covered the plot, that they have political war going on, party war. They want to drag IPOB into it.
Died.
And people died.
People died. This is
We cannot condone this in the country.
Yes.
And that's why this election, we need competent leadership and the character of our leaders.
Well said. Ayo, your take on this story?
I totally agree with what Rufai has said. We cannot build a nation in this way. Absolutely not. There was a picture that just flashed in the fuller video where I saw a man in uniform. I'd like to understand what his role is, because we cannot ignore the agitations in the southeast. We cannot. And I know that.
A man in uniform with IPOB? Oh, man. Unskilled people thwarting themselves. You saw a man in uniform, military or police, with IPOB. It's impossible. That shows you that these people, each time you plan something, each time you lie, the truth will always come from somewhere. So you see how deceptive these Arise television journalists are. You saw the man in uniform. What were they doing? They were the one that staged it. And he was there to supervise. He was there to make sure that everything went according to plan. And then put IPOB in there.
Two presidential candidates have said, that's Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Waziri Atiku Abubakar, have said that they will dialogue with the IPOB agitators. But beyond dialogue, this is a criminal act and we must deal with it. Very unfortunate and very sad.
Dr. Abati.
Okay. One of the major concerns as Nigerians prepare for the 2023 general election has been security, peace. Hence, you had the group led by General Abisalami Abubakar and Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka and others, getting the political parties to sign the peace accord. The Inspector General of Police and INEC Chief, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, have both met on many occasions with these political parties, reminding them of the need to give peace a chance. Now, if you look at the various political parties, each one of them goes to campaign, either at home or abroad. They talk about security issues. They promise to ensure that Nigeria is secure and to address the issue of violence and thuggery across the country. And yet, in spite of all of this, you still get these reports about violence, about disunity, about disregard for the peace accord. So what are the issues? Number one, simply that it doesn't look as if the political parties believe in the peace accord that they signed, or that the presidential candidates themselves, are beginning charity from whom? From within their own political parties and among their own followers. If you say you are going to ensure peace in Nigeria and unity, okay, we have not seen that evidence. Some of these people who make noise and who are removing people's posters and attacking other people, they probably have their own political belief.
Oh, Dr. Abati, you know that people were removing other people's political posters. Was that IPOB too? See how covered, how people lie. You know there is going to be political war. Drag IPOB into it. You know these politicians are going to fight themselves. They have started. Drag IPOB into it. Now, where's your credibility? Where lies your credibility? Zero. Zero. I think you have set yourself up for condemnation. Let's continue.
Because in that video, someone was saying this government is our government. I imagine that the person is referring to the next government. So there's work for the political parties to make sure that when they talk about security, they have to demonstrate that commitment to peace. The second issue that this throws up again is, where are the security agencies? The security agencies keep telling us that they are ready. The Inspector General of Police on one occasion said that an interagency collaborative effort has seen to the deployment.
Where are the security agencies? If that had been IPOB, I guarantee you, you would have seen a JTF. You would have seen them everywhere. And then you will not report it. You will not report it. Tony Blair, British government, Katrina Lang, to Tinubu, to Ekperima, Malami. That's what's developing.
Of policemen, the military, and also civil defense officers to protect INEC facilities and ensure peace ahead of the election. What has been the effect of that? Since he made that statement, there have been many cases of attacks here and there. So, is the police ready? Is the national security, are the national security agencies, are they sure that they are prepared for this election? Number 3 is the reign of lawlessness. Only over the weekend, Festus Okoye, the director in charge of voter education at INEC, was saying, or rather the commissioner in charge of voter education, was saying that, look, these political parties don't believe in this electoral act. And in fact, some politicians and stakeholders are still quoting the 2010 Act. But whether it is the 2010 Act that they are quoting or the 2022 Act, which is an amendment, a repeal of the 2010 Act, there is no electoral act that recommends violence. So it's again a question of enforcement of the law. Because as I have pointed out here, specific sections, 92, 91, 93 of the Electoral Act talks about violence, improper conduct. So the security agencies have to deal with this. Whether it is the violence is coming from ethnic gladiators, or is coming from party talks, or is coming from any other quarter. If there is no peace, if there is no security, there can be no peaceful elections.
Absolutely.
And the elections being peaceful is the height of it. And
infinite candle that never goes out. You'll never buy a single...
Well, that's it, folks. That's Arise Television. The two sides of the coin. When they're in control, that's what they give you. When they're losing control, they cry like babies. Now they know that they are journalists. Now they realize that they are here to present the truth. The truth that have eluded them for a very long time. As if you're
Kindle again.
talking about the country.
Well,
What country are you talking about? What country are you talking about? Country that is filled with corruption. You know it, I know it, and everybody keeps mute. We have issued a lot of press releases letting them understand what is going on. That we are not part and parcel of these people, and they must stay away from us. They knew they had it, but they still decided to hover around as if IPOB committed offense. And they failed. It is our job to bring it to their attention. Journalists should not be partial, but don't take it to the bank. Nepotism is the order of the day. That's what rules. That's why people are the way they are. You steal from the people. You're not ashamed. Nothing bothers you. Just steal. Steal and steal. You'll be okay. You're fighting for democracy, but you cannot uphold democratic principles. How can you achieve that goal? They are telling you they are doing politics, but they rented thugs to buy voters. They share money anywhere, even in the train. And you expect to get good results. That is Nigeria. That is your democracy. Before I go further, listen. When you see criminals, they come from various angles. When you see criminals, they come as angels that they are not. The only time you realize they are not angels is when you see the havoc they are wreaking. Then you try to understand what is going on. Then you try to understand that
Brother, I have an important message to
they are
drop
not
for
with you,
for Biafrans and for everybody.
and they will not be with you, and they will never be with you. What they want is lies and embezzlement. That's all. And when this happens, you say you are participating in politics. That is not true. That is not possible. You are being fooled. And we are being fooled every day. But we act as if we know it all. But we don't know anything. We refuse to learn. We refused to see the light. We refused to accept the truth. Our leader, very, very honest, told the truth. They didn't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Instead, they are castigating him. For all those people that say they are journalists and cannot condemn evil, except when it concerns their career, are these the kind of people you want working for you? The answer is no. These are not the type of people you want around you. These are not the type of people that you entrust your future in their hands. Their hands are soiled. Their hands are dirty, and therefore cannot tell you the truth. This is what we are going through. This is why we are contacting you. This is why we must continue to send you these messages. The hands holding us are too many and too much. Just because you're from the same place does not mean they are not against you. Politics is in their mind. Lies upon lies is all they know. And they will continue to do the same over and over again without any hesitation. Those that know the situation in the zoo are very much aware. But how long will it take you before you say enough is enough? As usual, we have told you, we don't have any room for criminality in our land. We don't. we have made it very plain. Report anybody engaged in criminal acts. That is your responsibility. That's your job. Report that person. And then the law will go into effect. That is why we issued you the numbers. That is why we told you, when you find somebody committing crime, call and report. Report that person. People want to derail what we are doing. They have been paid. They received the money. And now it's their turn to do their job. What is their job? Lie and cause mayhem. Lie and cause mayhem. Time is going very fast. So people, we urge you, whenever you find these people, see why we tell you we don't engage in violence. They can easily frame us. They can say, see, we told you IPOB is a terrorist group. That they have failed to prove. So they are finding a way. They can try to manufacture some. This is why we tell you, if you see any suspicious character, if you see people acting suspiciously, if you see people committing crime, call the crime IPOB crime unit plus 459 149 8677 plus 459 149 8677. This is the IPOB crime investigating unit. This is why we have them. And I don't see how we can have this and announce it every day and somebody will come and tell you IPOB is doing this and that. That is their life. That is what they are known for.
Ndị ekperemọlụ mmebi iwu
ndị ọchọngọnoko nekwanufa look them
anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB ma ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperemọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịchị mere ha evuru oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche ịtọrọ mmadụ ịzụ ụgbọala iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri ọkụkọ amụọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa unye n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya ọkpụ onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gwuo ala ili ya Chineke menụnụ n'ebere. Ya mere, papa, mama, brother, auntie, uncle, onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwayọ ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike o. Ọ gakwa n'ihi n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB, anyị na-ajụgbu ajụgbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwaala apụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya. IPOB, anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu o. Ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe, anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne, ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụnta gada ịhụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ aka na ntị, onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ o. Ma ịnụlụ dum nwanne, ị ga na ịnụ yọm. Anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke na-ala n'ọtịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike, kọma mpekelechi ga-emebikwa n'anya ike, a na-egbupụ ike. Ịnụnụ onye na-asọghị chidi m n'ike ka a marụ nwanne m ga na-etanye n'isi, agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ. Anyị ekwesịgokwa, ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi bụrụ nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya.
Ma ndị mara amara na ọ bụ mmasị na mmana okwu ekwesịkwa n'ịgba nyanụ gbamgbam n'ime ụwa nke anọ. Ọ bụ gịnị?
Yes, yeah, we can now welcome Bright. We can now welcome him so that you'll have some more minutes. So he's always full of some thoughts. So see, we can let him have an extra minute. And after Bright, then we open the phone line. We open the phone line. It is a big job. What we are dealing with is too huge. It's too huge. Let's not take things for granted. We cannot. Life is very important. Life is what we make of it. Life is something, when you waste it, you can't get it back. And that is why you don't waste time. Because if you do, time will start to waste you. And it's very difficult to recover it. Time. Our media teams, go ahead, we are waiting. It is the way it is. Life is important. You don't let people put you in an awkward position. You don't let people put you in a subdued position that you cannot be able to enjoy whatever you have left in this world. Now you've seen all the compilations and how they affect us directly. And we are helping ourselves be extinct. Biafrans in the US. The job is for us to do. Now you see it's getting to the stage where you can no longer hide. Biafrans in the US, it is time to come out. We in the IPOB, we've done a lot. We want peace. We want common sense to prevail. It does no good for a Fulani child to suffer for crime he or she did not commit. It does no good for somebody from Middle Belt's child to suffer for crime he or she did not commit. It does nobody good for a child from Oduduwa to suffer over crime he or she did not commit. Neither does that apply to Biafrans. Biafrans that have been bearing this issue. Welcome, Bright. Go ahead.
Okay. Make I didn't one more. Dekani ndewo no iwulo ze mozo asim ụbọchị taa ya mara onye ukwu mma mara onye nta mma ebe ọbụla nọdala olu anyị taa mbere mgbe n'olu anyị gị da anyị egwu ke na ndị kọnụ ga-esi ndị ka ọ ga-abụ ndị ole harawala de ndodo obunda batobi ndogo ndị enyi ndị landlord ho kena boga zukonde ngwala Radio Biafra US1 obogwam dade de ma alozi lani ndongana n'ụbọchị taa mbụ abalị iri na anọ taa mbụ nkwụ n'ime ọnwa iri na abụọ n'afọ mbụ 2022 ebe ọbụla dara olu anyị gbaa ụwa niile gburugburu site na ngalaba redio Biafra ọ bụ kọmuniti redio ọ bụ FM ebe ọbụla ị nọ taa n'olu anyị asị m gị hụ ụwa mara gị mma taa mbụ nkwụ kpọtara gị ọma taa mbụ nkwụ kpọchiri gị ihe ma ị bụrụ onye aka ya ndị ọcha mmadụ asị igbo n'ụzọ m ọzọ ya mara nwoke m mara nwaanyị mma gburu ghara asị ndị ka anyị ndị ngwa ndị mụrụ m ndị ka anyị maazụ n'uwo na-agwọ nọ ka anọ nke ndị ka anyị kwụrụ n'otu ole ama m la ọkọchị abịawara ndanda o rutewela onye ọbụla ahụ yara ahụ okpomọkụ ndị na-akwụ lọbụrụ good morning tọta na ha wajuo mmadụ asị ndị ka ya mara unu mma igbo m ụzọ m ọzọ Biafra ndị nwe m adị m iji ohere ụbọchị karịa nabata onye ọbụla ebe ọbụla nọda n'uru anyị asị gị ya dịrị gị na mma dịka anyị dị nnabata ikwu ibe gị agbata obi gị nwanne gị nwanna gị ị nọ n'ụlọ ọrụ ọbụla ụlọ ahịa ebe ọbụla ị nọ asị gị hụ ụwa mara gị mma dịka anyị ehuru oche anyị bịara ụbọchị taa mbụ ụbọchị ahụrụ ma dịka anyị sịla afọ ime ọbụla nwaanyị ndị adịla aga ịmụ ya mụ ngwugwu ọbụla kwanụ aga ịtọ atọ eji ya agba ya mvọ ọ dịghị n'ide ịgba ya mvọ masị igbo mụrụ m ze mmụọ ọzọ ya dịrị mmanụ ụbọchị taa narị mgbe ọdọba akara agbụgbọ kemgbe eziokwu bụla adịghị otu ọrụ na-eji amagarịla ahụ kọpụju awụchịa ya ejina ya asị ya ka ndị ka anyị ga-egawa na akpa ata anyị nwee ike gaa ya kpamkpamkpam anyị gakwanye gbado ọdụ ụzọ gbaa ya akọ mana asị igbo n'ụzọ m ọzọ anyị gakwa nọ ebe anyị ji la anyị nwee ike ile anyị n'azụ ndị ka anyị ya mara ọnụ mma Ndekane ọbụ ụtọ ọbụla ọba dịkpe chọọchị adara ọkpeji m ohere a dị ekele ụmụ afọ Biafra niile all the members of IPOB ndị dị nyekọta mamịrị ọnụ ya adagba ụfụ ma ndị midia wọrọ ụmụntakịrị ndị nọ n'ime ọhịa ijikwa m ohere a dị ekelegasị ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ na ngalaba ọkaikpe ma ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ na DOS unu gara na unu vụrụ akpacha ntema ahụ na mkpụrụ mmadụ ole na ole ndị ka ọrịkwana m na-amachaghị legawala ya bụ na ekele otu onye ijikwa m ohere a dị ekelekwa dede ukwu mmadụ labụ nnọ nga na mbọ dede Alozie onye mmadụ labụ eji atụkata isi ọnụ dị eme ya aga onye mmadụ labụ eji abụ anyị ka nna anyị eme nna anyị bụ onye anyị hazie ya aga mmadụ asị dede m ndewo papa ụtụtụ ọma n'obodo US asị gị ndewo jishi ikele ebe ekele anyị na-eji ekwenye na mbụ jishi ikele onye ndị emeke ndị mma na-ada asa jishi ike megburu ha dị ekelekwa ọtụtụ ndị ọgbanwe ndị iche iche ndị ịrụ ọrụ amarachala m unu na amarakwa nna m asị m unu jishi n'ike unu jishi ikela anyị ga-ekọparịrị ha mala isi ntu na nwe ndị na niile ndị mere bọsị ka ọ dịkwa eme ma ọ bụrụ na ma ọ bụ ụmụ okoro anyị amaghịsị ma ọ bụ ụmụ ọkụ anyị amaghịsị na okoro ga-eche ọchị ọ bụ ọkụ mere anyị ji mata na okoro nji achị ọchị what I mean there is without fire you will not know that means can laugh ndị ma ihe m dị ka nga ga-ekọta kọma if you did not understand it very well biko chọọ onye ngwa n'ụlọ akụkasị ya mere ya na translation ọ ga-ekọwara ya kọma n'ọbụ okwu ngwala m na-eso ya rụ okwu Igbo mmadụ asị dịka anyị udo durunu dịka m dị kasị ụmụnne anyị niile ndị nọ na obodo Biafra anya ahụ n'otu o jedere na ihe dọla ka evu nọkwara ka ahụ onye ọbụla dị sikele ọnwa mgbe nta na mgbe ọ dịra bụ mgbe ọ dị ibe dịka anyị sịkwala nga apagidere nkwụ kapịọ na mbụ feduola mmadụ asị dịka anyị Igbo nwụrụ ụzọ m ọzọ ya mara onye kwula mma mara onye tara mma taa mbụ nkwụ kpọtara anyị ọma ojiara anyị ụzọ ọgbụrụ anyị ndị iro anyị ka ha na-agba atụmatụ ndị iro anyị le nkwụ ogbuchiche ya dịka anyị gawa n'eluigwe bifo anyị n'ala otu ụlọ ala ka anyị gbadụ ọrụ ụzọ gba ya ka okpukpe ụta anyị na-eji eme ya eme onwe nwere mgbanwe udo dịrị unu ndị nwe m. Ezi Chukwu okike onye pụrụ ime ihe niile, mmalite n'ọgwụgwụ isi nke ndụ, otu onye a na-asụ n'abịala, nwanne ka otu onye ama amacha ugwu a na-arị a na-atụ egwu, onye ezi omume anyị ndị ikelere ụbọchị taa esi anyị gawa ma anyị kpọtụrụ onye ezi omume papa a na-agawala na mbụ ka okwu ahụ dị n'okwu akwụkwọ n'okwu Chukwu okike abịa ma mbụ ya mbụ onye ndu anyị bifo ya abịa kwulie nga na iwu anyị nọdụ ikwu okwu o ji pụrụ ụzọ kpọtụrụ ọgwụkwụ otu aka ala anyị nkata nwata sitela asịla ọgbọ ewudata nri ụmụ ya adịghị ya nyere ọnụ. Onye ezi omume anyị ndị ikelele ụbọchị taa mbụ ụbọchị dịrị nsọ nye mkpụrụ obi origi nwoke nye mkpụrụ obi anyị nye ala Biafra niile gbara gburugburu site na ihe ọmgbe na anyị dị eme taa mbụ ụbọchị ịdịrị nsọ onye ezi omume n'ụbọchị taa ala anyị ndị butere aja ekele sị gị papa ọka aka alụ meme anyị dị-esi gị papa Mazi na-awụ okike kara m nka papa imotole anyị ndị ịhụ aka ọrụ n'ime ndụ anyị n'ezinụlọ anyị niile dị iche iche ọbụla dị ije nwụrụ ụwa anyị papa aka ọrụ ndị fụtara anyị ịdị imere anyị ihe niile otu anyị la-atụwa anya ịgharịpụbeghị anya ịgbabeghị anyị ha ọdọ ma ihe ọdọ ịdị ikwe anyị nkwa ha ọdọ ma ihe ọdọ ịdị ịgwa anyị ihe niile gị dị mee adị mgbe ị gbara m okwu gị sị m lie oge adịghị anya lie gị ime ka ndị iro anyị lefụtachi site na ha anyị ndị ihe dị iche n'ohiela ahụ onye ezi omume ọnwụkwụ ọnụ niile ndị ifutinye n'ime ndụ anyị papa n'ụbọchị taa mbụ nkwụ ikere nye anyị sị ma anyị ga-azụ ahịa n'ụbọchị nkwụ n'ala Igbo niile papa ada m esi ụbọchị taa mbụ nkwụ la anyị menye ekere dị iche sị papa ndewo papa ya mara gị mma ikpere ụkwụ na ikpere aka m nọ n'ala ụbọchị taa asị gị ya mara gị mgbe onye ezi omume dị ekelekwala ngọzi m na nchekwa ọma gị ogige ọma gị n'igbo onye niile n'ikpebe ka anyị daa mba n'ije nwere ọnwa n'ikpebe ka anyị gagide lee anya n'azụ n'ikpebe ka agụrụ ọgụ anyị na-asị na dịdị nwa anyị ndị imeme ikpebe ka anyị nwee ntamu n'ime ndụ anyị dịka ọ bụ ọrụ ntamu ogbugbe gburu ọtụtụ ụmụ Izrel mgbe a ihe onye jupụtara ọkwanụ ntamu abụ ihe gbetara ha mmehie onye ezi omume ikpebe ka ụmụ gị bụ ndị IPP ka anyị nwee ntamu n'ije onye ezi omume ama m nwa m ga-egata agata ahụ m niile bụrụ naanị ọrụ anyị dịsị m na ọ gara gị n'ekele betu ogbe m onye ladị mara ozi nọ nga na gboo anyị ndị-esi ndị ewu papa anyị dị-esi ọka aka ya ma mma onye ezi omume anyị dịkwa iji nwa nwoke mbụ eji onye isi nzọtara n'ụgwọ mbụ ịmalụ ọnụ bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu mbụ onye kpọpụtara anyị maka na ụbọchị ndị a dị otu a ụbọchị ndị a dị oke bụ sị nwa m lekwa ihe ndị abụghị ndị gabiga ị ga na-agabiga mana mgbe ikpeazụ na mmeri ga-agba nke gị anyị nje dị nyefe gị n'ọba aka ịmalụ otu niile o jidere adịghị ka anyị ga-ekọrọ akọrọ ụgbọ onye amakwala ọgụ ịdị otu a site ha ọbụla lekwadofu enwe ike bịara mmozu onye ọbụla esila ndị iro gị bụ ndị iro gị onye ọbụla ekwala ndị iro gị bi aka ndị iro agị na nte ahụ gị ebe ọkpụkpa gbachakwa ya dịka mmiri ọhụrụ akwụ dị onye ezi omume ọkpụkpa ya ọha anyị ndị nyefere ọba aka onye ezi omume ịmala otu ije lejidere mgbe ndị mmụọ ozi nke igwe gbaa ya okirikiri maka nwaanyị ndị ịka ụka ebola ọ bụ ebe fero na-ekpeghị ebe fero kemgbe mechara kwete fero kenagbo adịghị gị ha ya egbeta mmadụ asị onye nwe m na Chineke bịa nyere anyị onye ezi omume dukwa ya ma chekwa ya mee ka okwukwe shikwuo ike karịa ka o siri esi bifọ onye ezi omume ọbụla dị ụgwọ anyị kwa ndị na-eso ụzọ n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu maka na onye ọbụla ịkpọrọ ọkpọ ka ị ga-enye ndị na-eso ụzọ ị ga-enyekwa eme mbasị dịka ụgwọ anyị ji ime mmụọ na eziokwu dị eso onye ezi omume ịkwela ka anyị daa mba ịkwela ka mmụọ anyị jụ ikpela ka anyị nwee ntamu mbụ ihe mebiere ụmụ Izrel oge ha lọta onye ezi omume ya bụ ihe mere ya bụ ha na-abụ ihe bịara n'obodo anyị kwara akwa ekwela ka ọ dị ụta n'oge nke anyị ma adị eji mkpụrụ obi niile ndị niile dị n'ọrụ ala ezi obi ha niile nyefela maka ọbụla dị nwanne anyị nwoke mbụ barista Ifeanyi Ejiofor nwa ya nwoke onye kpọfụtara maka ije dị ụta ọ gwụrụ m nwetala ọtụtụ ndị niile nwe ịchọta asụrụ ọhụrụ na na-ede ịkpọfụtachiwe nna onye ezume nwa ya nwoke ala mbi n'ife ma ndị niile nyerela abụ nkwụ dịka m ga-ekele ọ bụ onye akpọrọ ya kpọta ibe ya onye ezume amaghị mara na agara ule efu amaba na owe ezi ekele mgbe onye ọbụla ekere ya kelekwa ndị kọdụ mmadụ asị ndị a niile ọbụladị ụmụnna anyị ndị US ndị ji na-akpara ngwa onye ezume ụmụnna anyị nwe ndị ụmụntakịrị ndị nọ na ime onye ezume ndị mere ka udo dịlụ ọtụtụ obodo niile dị iche iche na Biafra ndị onye ezume ngụshiwa ya ọ karịrị akarị papa ga m ezụtara mango na ụfọdụ ga-efọ ụfọala fọmara asị ụbọchị taa tọọ ụbọchị edoro nso n'ihu m na Chineke dịka anyị ga-enyere ụgbọ agawalihu bịa dapụ ụzọ nyara gawa onye ezume mgbe ndị afọkwanụ anyị jikwa n'imegere Dubai machikwa anya dịka afọ fọrọ mkpụrụ ụbọchị ole na ole ya agwụ ekwela ka akụkọ ọjọọ na-enye isi anyị niile dị iche iche dịka anyị na-agwụchichara dịka afọ ala gwara anyị gakwa ịnọkwa dukwa otu ugbo afọrọ ọ kwere m nwetara otu ugbo afọrọ lọga abụla obodo Biafra anyị gị nọ nakwa niile anyị ga-agideme la ha Biafra ya kwere na achọ sụkpata otu nwere onwe anyị dabere anyị ga-agide arụ ọrụ lahadatala anyị n'ala Biafra papa ọnwụ nkwa ikwere anyị ada m esi mere anya ịmara hụ ndị ọdụ m kwesịrị ịkatachala m akatafọ papa mere anyị ihe niile bụ ọchịchị obi ala mgbe ikpeazụ tọbụrụ naanị aha nsọ ya mbụ Chukwu okike abịa ma tọbụrụ ọbụgwọ naanị anyị ga-ebulele ihe ndị a hụrụ ma kpọrọ gị mee site n'ụgbara mgbe niile ebighị ebi
Aleka, Ujaya, Edada Wani, Aleka, Ujaya, Edada Wani,
Abala Biafra abala na mekpa na mkwa n'ebe ahụ anyị gaji anyị ga-enọ na-enweghị ntamu ọbụla na-enweghị ihe ire ahụ mmadụ asị gbanwe nzemọzọ anyị ka nọkwara isiokwu anyị ndị echiri ndị bịara abịa ụzọ azụ ụlọ anyị ọ bụ ebe ala anyị nọ anyị afụbeghị ya abụghị ala anyị ka nọ dukpagbo maka na n'isiokwu anyị ọtụtụ ihe wee ndị iche iche nọ n'ime ya ọrịa fọmọfụ na mmadụ gara mahadum ha ejikwa mahadum bratla in any department you may apply to study any course. There are many borrowing courses you have to learn from there, which will make it to known as Marahwadum. You have some borrow courses that you also add, like the one Igarego Agonga. That is this Nigeria system of education in high institution. Obiam radio Marahadum. So you have to know this or know others. Ndikani aitono yishukwane mbukedi onyeshi ndeberaga ozazolani. Ade mikele Chineke hienne la ụbọchị ole na ole gara aga n'otu hewe njime la Biafra land otu o jiri ji otu onye nwere ike asị m dị m si dị ekele Chineke m si dị ekele Chineke mbụ na o mere ka okwu onye afụta ihe na o mere ka eziokwu fụta ihe ma adịghị hụ ọdọ site na ụbọchị mkpụrụ ụbọchị ole gara aga ndị mmadụ akọtala nwaanyị ndị ka na ụfọdụ ihe waa dị ime na ha anyị dị isi IPOB ọ bụ uwe unu ahụla ndị dị imebi ihe n'ala Igbo unu ahụla ndị bụ anyị ndị emeji ihe ha dị emebi unu ahụla ha anyị dị ka oke unu ahụla ọ bụ ndị ziri ndị bịara abịa ụzọ azụ n'ala la ha unu ahụla ha anyị ndị ere abịa otu ọrịa naanị la isi ndị ịwa anyị dị ikwu ukwu isi la ha ọrịa adịghị ịgba nwatakịrị ọ bụ otu ọrịa naanị na ọ bụ adịghị ka isi dị ịgba nwatakịrị afọ ada ahụ ya hitekwala afọ ịwụ ya kwa ntị afọ adara ya ahụ ịtakwala nwa ya ada anyụ anyụ da agba agbọ unu ahụla anyị ndị ka ọ bụghị naanị Fulani na anyị ndị ịrịa unu ahụla ladị ndị nwere isi ndị bịara abịa ụzọ azụ n'ala following the recent things that happened some weeks last week in Biafra land unu ahụla some part of Biafra land that some unscrupulous elements come to claim that they know what they are doing. Let me tell you to whom la this struggle me ya odole ụlọ ọkụkọ anya la nwaanyị ndị kala ọwa ejikwu mgbe ofu asị IPOB mere ka ọ na-ahụ ladị ndị ọdọ nọ n'ihu shop anyị dere ahịa anọ m ajụ otu onye si ya kemgbe at least Abraham into the leadership of IPOB since 2015 Lambora a leader like IPOB I started my connectorship like 2015 like IPOB and therefore when you came I have been a frontliner like this struggle, and I know everything. I'm going to learn what IPOB did. I'm not going to say I've never seen one day in IPOB 5 days sit at home. I've never. Like me one. I know I'm toilet me one. We have a reason for that. Una not tomato that you sit at 5 days or they think sit at home lament of Lampengo. And he had remember that now very soon you give more gist. I'm not for him picota. And all the Wutam Hinola, Ototomon in the that I believe the Biakalash, then why is the one that you need Biakalash? You have never know how to identify him. Through Facebook, you believe. Now, Obodi Nani Lota Chanketa, the whole lot of Chanketa Ramria. You will have a lot of Chanketa Nani, Obolot Chanketa Ramria. Now, you see some of our people in the Agrolago. This has been a problem of our people. When you are hunger, you can't control your hunger. Now, you can be a tool, an instrument to a devil. Somebody can be told you up and down and also dump you. That has been one of the challenges siding with our politicians. They will be using what some of our people we use it about they still dump you. I came to understand Abraham they are quarter or total money they actually go and they just deviated because of nothing. At your level, you so like what you feel that you be a member. A map be only brand for the business, only brand for another thing. Now see how this young man has put some of our youth, our people, Labaria. Most of them is going to regret so far. I'm telling you what. Really, we are Malakan Amdeka. Ototomonano, give me Takushia. If you know by age that one, very soon that number can never go again. I will remember you cannot communicate to you. Command on give me chat soon and all of you here are through. Although already do autopilot, you just enter a car that has no driver. You just enter a plane that has no pilots. Very soon, some of you don't understand that common English. Any pronunciation of any words, you don't understand it. You don't translate it to your own local dialect and understanding. Probably we did that very bad backlash. Now, hula and they cock a lad here by Drew, she tell me as a lot better. This young man in G, Galason, part of Biafra and Abakaliki Imo State, no one the Bushia. You want to put sit at really noble. It would be a temple. A mile like a way. A mile on near. A mile on there. A mile on ya. A mile on ya. A mile relative ya. A mile there. A mile never know. You can never tell. You only just saw him on Facebook. I'm headed our own facing. Give what I say, Lord, Abonye. Give a try Biafra. A COVID-19 freedom fighter, somebody who come on air that I people should apologize to for the matter. Lord, I give you Jamil Neka Joyasla, only one hell Jamil Loji Hiji. Langali is eligible like what I will Lalibo. You want to go Jamil Biriji, the Kana Samola, I didn't have in Korea. I am busy user when the Kana of enemy was Samola. The only way myself I live will be about the Bilyaji, idiot after on air or rubbish. Up till now, some of you don't think about it. You make question when the man in Bola, when I hammer and line fool on about there. Now it is someone that came to claim that level. Yes, Jesus Christ, somebody has so many disciples. Only 12 disciples, but Judas is also involved. But I want to tell you, after the history of Judas, after all things Judas committed, glory be to Kikadem that nobody has ever born a child or Judas. The same thing is also going to happen to that idiot today and henceforth. One day, una hole now hale saga loba fabawaye habo una hona lobo anende meta wenda mama ade una holande de ndewe ndama for their own personal business ndi onya will use way. Now people, some idiots in Biafra land just move by what they had, not what they see. Mazi Kanu gave. This is the person that also come on his own platform say that la yagi ge onye no la ulo ndị DSS nti ge hotakwa lobia mbo onye gi nye he choro oji pana abu hende me kwana gi de echiche da ala azu so dey wuta ma hiti pa ma gbendi masla he na bo di ma bo ya mbo onye mbo but ndị camera before ya wa we are those people today the same history, the same story, the same thing that happened to all the first people. Did you know that how many of you can testify that Lawa had a town hall meeting or half from Finland? That maybe no move within the Finland, that made some people address. Only Andrano, that contact him. You don't anything about the effort you have put legally. You know that Hey, Ogima, you morally, Anamatizo. The Palicam de Gadu for those of us, the charity on the one in the Calipa, Caripan take plus 487292199099 plus 847292199099 WhatsApp only. WhatsApp or direct call plus 234 081 30 54 193 direct or WhatsApp plus 234 081 30 541 395 because either Give well and king. Others are waiting. So they come back. All the one come here Nila. They can't when you're born. When you Fatayara on your land, when you Fatayara or Hila, you might use Mazi Alozie colors probably give me that fire. No, is that the way you want to do it? Now, Mazi Alozie color, I say, now for you that has not believed in landlord is idilema dole swega. Mazi Alozie color appear in the court, he do a transfer Mazi Alozie color for the court. You are looking for a way to destabilize or distract Mazi Alozie color data. I pity for those idiots that has been his follower. onye bịara Facebook dị eme biznes ya nwunye echela ọ bịara ịrụ ọrụ na otile ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ labarịa today ịbụkwara onye dị declare so Biafra struggle aghọla ihe bụ onye richi nri n'ọchị n'ụwa ahụ ya fụka ya ekwu okwu idekwana ekwu okwu nri Igbo onye ihe agatala azụ ọ naghị agala azụ onye aha enwere sọnị aha nna ọgbụ onye una ọnaghị dị ikwu okwu ya all these things can only happen in Igbo land ndị ka anọkpọ nọgịrị fụtara ndị na niile o nwere ọdụ otu abịara mba eme analyze they check in a proper statistically things that ndị Igbo anyị nwere problem and the problem ndị Igbo anyị bratla adwe too inferior adwe too flexible na some certain things some of ndị Igbo anyị somebody will come and convince you and you dance on that person's tune without asking question, without making more verification. I could remember those days when those years when some of them will come joining the it takes some of us once to believe Yonyendu. Then a person who take him says can get to the more crowd he just only become kingdom. All that Onyendu has been in. And some of idiots are that will obviously go to Biafra. Biafra. One hele metulano, one singale nola, the IPP sit at two boboches. No watch Kikina, and a woman lying in the back out age we make la December. Or to tell them at the home, name and home to compress yes that this time around. Who funded a Kalema, this is the way way dash to compress. Now, what to come on anyway, they lose Lando. The criminality and the kidnapping that is happening in Biafra and Una Hanone de Formula. The problem about us law, I people. Una Hone. I am a soon lad and Nickel Chinekalum and Zukuli Megane Afti. Now, they are capable Unekrilla. Una Hone that the Nigerian government has been working so hard. Nigerian government had to destabilize, to demoralize, to rubbish what we are doing in restoration of 7 states of Biafra. Onyendu anọ assume let your tala Biafra lile you ilobo mapunu no bless na iwapadre echiche nwa nke mmadụ. Onye akemgbe ga-agbata otu afọ gbọlọma yara nwaanyị ya anọbeghị gụọ ụwa riri n'otu paanị nwụọkwa n'ahụ n'otu ụlọ ihe kwanụra ka dịla nwaanyị ihe ọkpa ọkwụ gụọkwana ụwa na-aja ọsọ gụrụ ụwa dịka dịla nwaanyị n'isitala ihi gala ụlọ itiri gaa nọ ọ dịghị iri ihe ngọrọ ya ọ gwara onye anọ o nwere ike garịcha nọ gị madam nye mpepe supla bịa gị nwụcha gị sị nwaanyị ma o shiore ebe ya ahụ lelọta gị ewe ahụ unejara olelu bed mahuwa but somebody came out because of you gastali hi galuli trigano hi chora teta efotage bela Facebook da panne nan chineke ko ba ko imecha business go need them investment most of you have planned only that journalistic but somebody came out for you to be free tihela aboy no limeya fota. Now the person you have been taking for granted. Somebody stood up and said, if not for Mazi Nnamdi la IPP, one more of the la Libota, the port to Monani, when Danny did so that Stanani, Pushtonani, the more business. They have give us for collateral. That is why you see what is happening in Enugu State. Nani Gilani, Naro Church. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up, who was in Hassan Ucha, Lord Equara. At the end of the whole thing, the way I had a share. None of you have ever one day seen now, only can know now, or good on it. I don't know more than both for them, body, but me Torotuna. That's a map, into the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Martel, make we share, so you know, one day, the bidding on a ditch study him. Even is what the Muslim Nnamdi Kanu of the minimum some things in to China no. We can't sing the long song in a strange land, but some of you are there, are busy. So swearing, but somebody stood up, sacrificed his life for you. Yet, if Taliban, even if Remova, give them nail and nine, give water, Chineke Poko. About to know how he believe in the can and the land, the can that he believe in, Biakalash. Mara get what of Hill. Maka undo n'ụzọ onye ọrụ kpọsịrị bịa n'ebe ije onye akpọrọ dị ejele ọbụ ya na-egala adị ego lega kpọrọ ga ibebe ebe ahụ igwuru obi ebe ahụ n'ije ịmara onye ọ bụ ga-esi agbamọrụ kedu onye ka kpọpụtara gị adịkwa ihe ọ bụ tiyo ọ dị ka njọ n'ala Igbo ọ bụla ndị Igbo na mmadụ nwere ike ịchọrọ imebi onye Igbo onye ile abụ onye Igbo chọrọ imebi onye Igbo ya gwere onye Igbo si ya achọrọ m time ịhụ na n'ebe nwanne m nọ. So stupid Igbo man we just only on your bow. That has been what keep us in a slavery for many years. Our politician has sold us. And Mazi Alozie cannot want to bring back all to raise Sarah and the kind of barani. I could be back. What I mean by even by collateral, and then by the now all of them have been jumping up 2023 election. I genuinely got support. I genuinely got advisors. I genuinely research. One are in Jimmy, do Roge Brand, the Ihoge Kwan. That is what Miss Mazi Alozie can defeated Nigerian government, even in their own courts. Oh, we are but let you defeat even in their own courts. When Mazi Alozie was things that he read the Nigerian constitution and followed the due process. That is why Ipama Foya. Obola ngande agata dize to pese to po akalo ngata daiwo makabo kadeka datuna hole today what is happening na Mazi Alozie kala kara ngadu oye ndi Igbo anyị n'aka. Our people are the cause of it. Una hole now emegide acho otu onye to be mebi share akwụkwọ nsọ so that the devil appears like a why he doing more. You see how we have so many devils in our midst, appearing like this the monkey. You see what we have been passing through all this while. You see some videos, you see some clip of videos that happens. Who engineers it? Who are the architects of all these things that happen in Biafra land? Abem Samajo. When I have never made a tadabo people me. They kage haribe. And then they were. Udo dragon watching again. None of my ekene m onye ọzọ ọma atụna-egwu nna m jisike na mgbasa ozi ọma ị na-agbasara ụmụnne gị na ụmụnna gị n'ụwa niile gbaa gburugburu eze itoke abịa amadobebi chebego Biafrans all over the world and IPOB members, I greet all of you. I greet also all the radio listeners of Radio Biafra. Set up by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. A prisoner of conscience. We thank you for what you are doing for us, our leader. God will keep you. God will energize you. As long as the zoo keep you, you are multiplying. You are multiplying. And by the time they will leave you, at the time they will have no other people to
go. The Fulanis. That is their problem. They don't know that they are heading into a problem more. Our brother, please, he's speaking to our brother who's in the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa the Sud. Africa the Sud in South Africa. Before I proceed, you must say that this person will call a Bilima or Mazi Simon. His real name is Ifeanyi Njoko. Ifeanyi Njoko. That is what we are meant to know. That his full name is Ifeanyi Njoko. That's all. Because he caused us so many pain, he caused us so many agony, he caused so many confusion to those he can confuse. Not we, the genuine IPOB members, who know where we are heading to. Proceeding. The police head have swallowed the money that is meant to pay for the police. The teachers are crying that they have not been paid for 6 months. That is the same Nigeria where Tony Blair is canvassing for election. Tony Blair, I don't know whether if I challenge you, is there anybody in British that is on maybe for 2 months' salary in British and we are still doing election? I don't think if there is any, come and challenge us. If there is any, I'm not going to call your name in radio Biafra. If there is any British citizen that they owe 6 months' salary and is a teacher, then we are not going to call your name again. But if there is, and you blindly, viciously, wickedly, wicked man you are, then you are canvassing for election. Your brother said that Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. Your brother is the one who said that. So that Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. And you are still talking of how to hold election in Nigeria. So we are telling the Biafrans that these people are deceivers. They don't have they don't have you in their heart. What they only think is about election. And that is the time that they lose. That is the time that they make they award them their contract. Police are crying, and he's still talking of election. I don't know who is going to come and handle the election. Who will be the police? Who will now monitor the election? Maybe it is Democratic Institute, Tony Blair Institute. Maybe he's going to deploy all their workers to come and monitor the election in Nigeria. When even as we are talking, the professors we are talking are the teachers we are talking are professors, made of professors. They will sit down in corner that day and rig the election, and they will come down to cry that they didn't pay them. But you are the one that sit down and mark the election, rig the election to kill your people only because they give you 10,000 naira. And you ruin the future of your children. You ruin even your own future as you are suffering. A stomach teacher, stomach professors, that is what you do. And you will come and cry after 2-3 days. After they have damaged their life, damaged the future of your children, you come out to cry. The only thing is that we are not interested in election. What we want is referendum. Give us referendum and it's finished. That's all. Just a referendum and release our leader Mazi Alozie a prisoner of conscience. Because he is not talking of Buckingham Palace. He is not talking of how to be a queen or how to replace Prince Charles or how to replace Howard or anything. No. He's only wants the freedom of his people, and that is Biafra. Release Mazi Alozie a prisoner of conscience. You are talking of insecurity. Insecurity. How are you going to talk of insecurity when the people who are supposed to keep the security, you don't even pay them? You are causing more harm, more damage. Chameleon everywhere. Thank you for taking my call. They behave like chameleon. They behave like chameleon. And we have learned them. We will be exposing them. Tony Blair, close your mouth. Where you are, just dig the oil that the Fulanis have given you chance to dig. Tony Blair, Institute for Oil Brokering. That is what you should change that your name for. Institute for Oil Brokering in Biafra land. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you. I love you. I feel the members of my God.
Thank you, brother. Remembrance. Kachuku Kikabia Magos Hegi Majeraka. People like you are also needed and continue your good work. You see, Kila Hali, they put Nambe Kilari with the sick. We do the other one them. We thank the caller on our program. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stood up for our own people, for his own people. One more noble Amboni Bohendi Bumetulu Bikaria Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One more neighbor, governor, president, just village head, one year, we was like Ometule Lobby, Karia, Gometro Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Take care to this that our own people, in the Kanu, we betrayed us. Again, ego. See, I've come to realize one of the problems our people have sometimes. Honorable Amantori no issue. Honorable Atori de Yoda. Honorable Atori de Gent. Honorable Atori. Hey, Umana. Una Mundeka Isla, or Mopraki Bari Kima Hijianachi. Honorable Atineke Lara, he will support now. The major problem we have in that honorable Tanudia, honorable Stoboya, but if you are there, can you be able to do it? Now, this one has shown you a typical example of what is to come, if not this very young man. But can you be able to withstand the heat, the pains, and the agony? Truly, DJ Foley, Sharp and Jaramalo, the to walk in Gigano, Luli, Kimba. Ada bambo bochula undi mesela what after I want the mesa ada bambo bochula ya sumu we did see a hola maheka ya si bama ayo bisile de parede nunga afara kwaga no makata de yala obo onye oburu imete. See, let me tell you wait my one mother obo that I want to be a leader. Can you take the responsibilities? Leadership is not by name or by title, it is by responsibility. Can you be able to take the responsibility of leadership? Can you be able? As a leader, can you be able to withstand the heat? Being a leader, claiming to be a leader, trying to push yourself. Can you be able to someone leadership? Let me be double. That is all about leadership. Has been just an example of leadership in the whole world. And IPOP struggle has been the something that I've never seen. You see, this is a leader that has no arrival. Have you been the care? What I go do? Just the people we voted. So just look at the way they are turning you, look at the way they are treating you. They will only come to you after 4 days. After 4 days, again, they remain slave. I was telling somebody, sir, one thing that pays me where I show one, there is no Northern State, no governor, I don't know, in any state in Imo State, Just take an example of Hedimedimo State. The Hedimedimo State. As a result of Ndera Kadide, as a result of this, they want to serve on that. People that want to be after their slavery will transfer here to Ndi Barudibo. Mazi Nnamdi was the only person who stood up to say, Agama Barafula Nodibo. Ndị ka na-abịa ahụ na nwoke alụm in the business that ọdị degree to ọdị lesana. Now all of them gang up against him. Ndị nwere anyị chekwara ọhụrụ anyị na ụlọ akwụkwọ onye fọta ihe mere onye bịa ihe menụ na ọ bịara ịrụ ọrụ ndị ka anyị eji ahụ eti ya azụ n'ofe. Ọ bụghị ego ya sị n'ọrụ anyị amala adịla ha eso ya butere egwu n'ọrụ gwagwa anyị ha eso bịa na-adịghị ha itinye ebuterela ọrụ na-adịghị ha show their color. Look at it now. Mother look at us now. Zawa claim working from overnight. A man will go look at a video. A man will tell me you start some idiot to start joining. Only the number share. You have no hiding place. You have no hiding place as long as Biafra. The Hollandia living in Bush that very day. Their spirit must pursue all of you. Or unless one hand and they compare. Now I is deity. No one can all of Bratano Lawyer the Lambo. Now one of them they wish on the matter. No they born police station. No they born and this is a collaboration with some politicians in Nigeria here. To just to tarnish the image of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that how IPOB has been innocent in all the allegations that has been accusing us. But who are really Jidaga? I am just so that late in the to make a lojo card. I don't look at that. This is only they want to say, you the honor to add. We know the time we push it at. When it is necessary, more necessary, I need you to line to the Korea. I'm up on Hagiti. We have trade Mapana Utagi de Jeme. Now, Patra, you might have looked at us. Yes, it at home. Ni believe as love on Otama. No more teach the bear on Madon, only bear on. Yes, whatever class make one like the other block. Abona bear on a pad will not do. Nipo ni Biagi Grahona. There are. I want to know how a 9 they get here. I want to know how every minute that I go to body. One of them, everybody should tell me as a lot better. It will be welcome more telling you that I didn't do me, Lala Biafra. Abaya and the Madok. Have on the mad and liberate to have one lady. 1 year, the Maburu. Oh, 1 year, Madalobo. Even our brother, the artist, 1 year walk. How Putulan Galili, Omepan Nagare. The man of Tawara, Corobishon, so Motality want to be a fortunate walk. Madam Mazi Nnamdi Khalid, Lasamagagi, Bulemad, or Magaga about York. No can join us, Sumna. One on give me comforter. Nandi Arawicho, you never believe more. Nadile Jui, one of the non G, Tamaranda, Dime. Ndi very badger. Oile Marono, Biabia, Contaya Cream. Ona what we are Gabi Karen. Naija. All the Mutam Hin. But Tineka Maragosimea go to which day Jidavo, another matter. I know how could do that day too. The cars lobby to buffet, and we cococana. If the Tineko tea Kukuji fee, when it is no tea cococano. Now, oh now, don't say let me with Arabia for regular warum. Na Facebook. And what be anything on the region? I don't know. La hola you only who know only better Facebook only poor. Una what I was up only could do or I go to Malagano ye to you. Una die and one wotela mother. Nobody use that mono. The any one day. I'm the good my news no gana my hemoga more beju. What I come about you. Only the Panam Russia. But how did you make Tomatambola? Loba Fechaya Darawo. Apa Fechaya Megane, or get a cow on a date. I don't know, but I need to like lamb. I had it in Macadi, stupid guy, matter. When I had the guy here, you see what you are passing through. I had that some I call the Momunane, Tony Mamma, Ndi Belibe, and that they may be on. I did amazing, what bad they may be on. When I hold all come what you or the me. About what is happening so far. Okay, so by them, Nabia. Kana bogi zu condemn la radio Biafra aneka no kwalukwa ka kolono aneka no lukwa kolono onye bu onye shinje bera be oza solane. Are you trying to tell me like when andi meladi that it can happen in Fulani land? Can you tell that an Igbo man can use Fulani against his brother? Why is it that Toje Burundi Banya? See, let me tell you, Abraham BTC, if it can be possible, we will get together who is Fulani. But here, they want to like they all have been committed. We will respect the Nigerian government. Igbo people are seen as a last citizen, first class, just the last citizen of the nation, of the country. Sorry to say, nation. I don't know in Igbo. President of Nigeria, Chief Justice of Federations. Now, no longer. Only take a salary again or the now. Like a log Igbo. Like a do any keep Igbo people cannot come together and talk. One of the committed, nobody can come together and talk. I don't want any people. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm on your work. They are making sure they are putting every step to look for Trump so that they will get the one that we are elected. But every United Nations don't let them amalgamate against Amaleka. I think Brazil is saying it. All of the religion that have the kind of Biafran leader for us, that's the for peace to reign. Otherwise, Nigeria will be funded as a family. It's going to be, you know, soon as we jump in and fly planet and another way. Yeah. ndeka anyị nọ na-ekwu ọ dị wute mbie nne na otu o jidere ọtara mmiri onye ọbụla okwu ndụmọdụ dị ike so onye ọbụla jishi ikele ọrụ onye ọbụla mara jijiji okwere kwesị ike ịmara onye nụrụ uli ya fụta na ọdịchi ikele ya ekwela ka ndị ọhịa ọsọ ahịa kpọrọ teweresi ya ahịa ma na-adị ya na-enweghị ahịa ịchọbịa ada m esi ụmụ Igbo niile ụmụ Biafra onye ọbụla kwurechi ikele ahụ anyị dị ime na mgbe ọ dịra bụ mgbe ọ dị ibe Fulani, they can only deny, they can only waste our time, but they can never deny it. They can only waste our time, but they can never stop us. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu geftarere. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. Ha dị ime nga mbụ na-agwọ dị etu ụzọ osi ala asị na-agba emegbolo omerogo. Who are those who are the Fulanis? If not for the support of ụmụnnaanyị ndị ji anyị na Panarabet, who are the Fulani to us. But the Biafrans all over the world had the Messonia Blag, Chicken. What the Chicken and body? We can't sing the long song in the strange land. Oh, where Matamuno Wiki, I knew with a child. Annie Lola by the Pali may while he's here. I'm Mamma like Nani Jew, Madi Hodombo, Manala, Daniel. Mara soon bundi shiki because our mother Rosie last time America matter that radio equala oncha na saba, you know, they are still working. Ndeka ba they complain, you know, had a long while. Obere motala, obolo bu radio and the gazuche belile. My only child because I came to understand that la ototo manani adding tacha. All that information whenever we come on air. Maybe more for the US on air. I they were not touching. I the week can do okra. But one when the dealer, they are the bamboo, uncle to her the cook. I in the management that they may assume because at least Ogladiana radio will go around the Biafran. They know that this radio is the power of Manani. This is where they get the right information. This is where people get the right information. Become nani umwe ndidi that la oberoge redio anyị nga ikwu redio anyị ga-egazucha the whole of Biafra land ka ọma otu Nnamdi ikwu kwugbo ụfọdụ ada n'olu m ọ dị ewute m datla out of 100% la Biafra land at least 75 adịghị n'olu m na redio ọ bụ mwute ihe nne unu uwe ndidi na mgbe ọ dịra bụ mgbe ọ ga-ebili nwayọọ mmadụ asị igbo nrozi ma ọzọ dịka oge anyị sidere ụfọdụ ga-efe ofe ala fụ onye ahụ taa ka echi adịghị ebe ọdụ olileanya ọdụ anyị nwere na-abụla Biafra mmadụ asị ụmụnne m ndụ mmiri ndụ azụ mmiri agaghị taa azụ agaghị nwụ unu chekwara m otu bụ izu ụka ọdọ lụọ nkwa anyị kpọrọ onwe anyị lụọ nkwa anyị gide emere onwe anyị hafụ ya adịghị ndị bịata imere ya anyị that is why we remain resolute. We remain consistent in our struggle. That is why that is why we must get Biafra. Mara Sibomonze Mozo, Yadrun Matambo, Mohama, one of Ladishike, Ani the honor Inola, I so Nani, Ndeguru, Ndekewela, Obododi Chita like Kimo State, Boy State. I soon de Ruju. Anyị sunu harawa luna hona hwana ndị ka oke luna hona ịgbadiri oshitela mere asụlọbe ma ụmụ wendila ụgwọ anyị bụ ndị IPP we came to protect you not to kill you anyị ji tiwe like emere n'Enugu steeti ndị Fulani tụọ ihe bịara mebie egbuchi ụmụnna anyị mata lerere onwe ọfọtụ oke na tụrụ nna ụmụ wendidi that is why every Biafra, every Igbo needs to come together, support on IPOP, mobile IPOP, whole IPOP. Another one the lab, I am banana. Okwaka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tirabu ngani no dime. So mababa like kedibano da contact ime unangalo nyanse. Umu wendi lam blau maya ani gime tache. Mada sibomu zemozo obachita marum matambu kokotanu. Dịka afọ mkpọbọtụ ụlọ ya bụ unu ga-ehụ ngwụchicha afọ na a ga-ehụ ngwụchicha ụlọ mmadụ asụ ụmụnne anyị ndị a ha metụrụ n'obi ndị agbara ụlọ ahịa bụ ọkụ aftere wee chọọ ihe ndị mmadụ asụ unu wee ndidi unu kara obi n'oge adịghị anya eluigwe ahụ ime ha ejebe oji masị ya mara ụlọ mma ndị ghọna
There's the end of the program, and with that we open our phone lines +1 484 767 0848 +1 484 767 0848. You are listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. This is our job. This is where we worship. When we worship, we worship. We tell it the way it is. We are no enemies to anybody. All we want is freedom. All our leader is asking for is for freedom for the Oduduwas. Freedom for the Ariwais. Freedom for the Middle Belt. Freedom for Biafra. We are being squashed together by Britain, the evil hand that is telling you that you are the biggest democracy in Africa, which you are not. You are the largest economy, which you are not. They are stealing you bone dry. And they are using their troops, the people they train, to kill you, pit you against your brothers, and using your brothers to kill you, and telling you you are indivisible, whereas the contraption has expired. What is their interest when it has expired? What is their interest? Have you ever wondered why? You listen to the clips I played. All point to one thing: suffocation of West African blacks, especially the so-called quote-unquote Nigerians. They show you no love. They conject, put things together, and accuse you and eliminate you. The call number +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Tomorrow, now waiting there happen. You hear that one as well. Friday, Chimezie will be on. Then Saturday, the women will show up. Sunday, Ndima will show up. This is your radio. This is where we tell you, where we update you, where we make you belong. It is your radio. This is why we must tell you the truth and not lie to you. Those that lie, lie because they don't like you. They want you to be the criminal. They want you to be the defaulter. They want you to be the devil. But they want to be the angels. Have you wondered why? It's more than meets the eye. We will continue. We will continue to fight. They want to act like they are telling the truth. They want to act like all is well. But they cannot stand and condemn evil when they see one. They live with evil, but they cannot condemn it. They see it, they cannot condemn it. They hear it, they cannot condemn it, because they are part and parcel of what surrounds them. Insecurity and lack of honesty. And then they maintain and tell you they have integrity. That is what we are living with. That is what we don't want. Biafrans, we are asking for a referendum. That's it. So, for that, I will once more play you my first clip to see, for you to see how we are seen and how we are being used by our colonizers, the West. They see evil, they do no evil, they speak no evil. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's steady. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Welcome. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm talking about all these people that working in Arise television, station, and the others of them. You know, they continue calling IPOB names every time. I don't know what's the problem with them. They always call IPOB every time. Anything that happens, if they can do investigation, they will just mention IPOB there. I don't know what's their problem, especially that woman. The woman among them. necessary woman among them. It's like she's a witch. Those kind of people who doesn't like good things in life. And what is IPOB? It doesn't mean that these people don't know what is IPOB. As you writing stuff, now they want to cry because they call their name. But they are there, they're working in the media, they are there. They see how they are treating our leader. They can't speak. As media people, they can't speak about this, about the cruelty that is going on in that country. You see, what is our leader doing in cell? What is your objective? What is the project of our leader? You know, when people don't want to tell the truth, our leader is here. Is here for even for all of them that is here in our life. What our leader is fighting? He's fighting to restore Biafra then. But to not only to restore Biafra, to restore Nigeria from every simple hand. Not even only not only Nigeria, Africa and the black man in general. From every simple hand that is holding them, holding the economy and holding them, keeping them down on the development. Every simple hand which is put all of them that is there in Iraq have this done there one day and tell Nigeria what is the problem we are into. Have those, I think they are men, have them stand there and talk to the world, tell to the whole Nigeria, this is evil, this is people that are holding you down. Can they say it? Can they say it? No, they can't say it. Somebody say it, I want to say it. Now we are calling IPOB and the ones that are working to serve you people. Serve you people. All of you who cannot see evil and call it evil. And anybody, if it's anybody who saw evil and refused to call it evil, then you yourself are evil. And the way you are evil, you don't supposed to live. You are not worthy to live. If you are evil, you are not worthy to live. Live life. This is why that's very single act. This is very evil. When you support evil, that is the reason why black man is like this today. Is where we are today. Because we can't call evil. This is the reason, that only single act is the reason why black man is where black man is today. Because of you refuse to condemn evil. Listen, only that is the reason why black man is like this today. You know, and as long as we continue pampering that evil, you people will continue to be like this forever and ever. Or let me come out and speak against condemn evil. If not, black man must remain like this. This is not two ways about it. You know? And you see, our intellectuals, like I said last time, all of them also, they don't want to speak. None of them is saying anything. They all keep quiet. People that call themselves education, people that call themselves intellectuals. And you know, when you study and it's your no benefit, you can't stand up to speak, or you are coward, or you scared to speak in your land, to protect your land. I don't know the worth of your education. You an illiterate who is proud and who is fearless to speak is far more better than you that call yourself intellectual. You are rubbish. Your education is a waste. It's of no use. Morons and the Jews everywhere. But you see, our leader must be free. We are saying because our leader stands for, even for the president, to free both the president, not the president, to free all the governors, to free all the senators from there. These people are kids. You people are kids. White people catch you, and somebody comes here to speak for you, and you people gather and put in yourself. None of you can take that challenge. You take the challenge. None of you can take that challenge. You people are fools. Somebody, he's just to free even president himself. Keep on, and you know, the white people, I don't know, you know, the way the white people see you people as even monkeys is better than you people. Monkeys is better than you people. That's how they see you, because you are foolish. just ignorant of where they keep you. You become a fool forever. Where they place you, and if you want to be there forever. Okay, all of you will be there, and all of you will suffer. You feel you get money, you don't have money because you are not free. Even those people that you government, you are not free also. If you do anyhow, they will rubbish you. And God bless you.
There. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. These people, they play games that they are engaged in journalism. They engage in journalism and then they are not telling you the truth. And I wonder what kind of country they think they are building when there's no honesty in them. They carry the disease and they tell you they are curing it. They carry the diseases and they spread them around. And they tell you we are making you aware of the diseases. But they have not cared to cure theirs. They are the carriers. And what we do is listen to what they are saying. I hope Rufai and Abati can be upstanding people. The problem is there. They are watching it. They are looking at it. And it is their kind that can come up and say, this is what it is. Whatever will fall, let it fall. Whatever that will stand, let it stand. But they are not. They have exposed themselves. So I have to play both sides of Arise Television. How they feel when the odds is against them, and how they feel when they are framing and accusing innocent people. It makes me say it's a sort of just common law coming against them. I wish nobody bad luck. But sometimes it is a lesson in life that people must learn and live to change. It is the example, the experience you get that make you a matured person. I hope they learn. I hope they learn from what they're experiencing. But I very much doubt it. I very much doubt it. Well, as it is, honestly speaking, I will be ending this broadcast in a few minutes because it's been a long broadcast. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Dr. Chukwemeka Alozie, thank you for taking my call.
Welcome.
I greet you. It's your brother, the scavenger. I'm calling from Afro the Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. A man who set up this radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge, spirituality and prosperity. Once you listen to Radio Biafra and pay attention, you will learn. You are not going to be the same. The Jews are not going to deceive you with their lies. So the Blair Institute are not going to deceive you with their lies. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. I also greet you and all radio listeners of Radio Biafra. And Dr. Chukwemeka Alozie, you in your clips, did you see how
Nigerian journalists, did you see how they have degraded themselves from a local profession to gutter media journalism and what? Envelope journalists. That is what our leader called them. And Chike Dozem said that they are gutter media journalists, and that is what they're displaying. The clip you play, you hear the Ruben Abati talking. Ruben Abati don't know that there are some things you speak in life, you incriminate yourself, you expose yourself, you fool yourself. And the Nigerian public, I don't understand whether you don't go to history and analyze and go to DNA of somebody where he's coming from. That's like the clip that our brother, our elder, our educator here played about a black man marrying a white man. You can have children, you can do anything, you can make love. You say you is your lover, you do everything in the park, but at the same time, he will listen to his root, he will listen to the people who bring him to this earth, and that is what he will do. Then that come to what the Nigeria. Don't you ask yourself, this man Ruben Abbas is speaking now, what makes him to speak? Is the one, those are the ones that immediately they are in journalism, when they are in the radio, the first thing you will hear when they talk about agitation, they say Nnamdi Kanu jump bell. You ask him, how did somebody that the Zoo ministry came and slaughter even 38 men of his followers, of people who came, you don't even know whether they came to visit him or they are cleaning the garden there. You just slaughter 35 of them and go free and go back. They give you envelope to read. You said that Robert Amato was saying that he's not going to listen, people, they are not going to command him. He's telling us what he's doing. It's only that they should not deceive us. What is happening now is there is a change. A change is coming, and they want to sweep to, these good Nigeria politicians and these journalists, they don't have ethic. They don't have they don't have stand. There is nowhere that you will say, yes, that this is where they stand. They behave like chameleon. Wherever the wind blow them go, they blow. Wherever the money is in the bag, they change to that. You can hear them. You are the one who is now talking about ethic in journalism because they have touched you. You know that the regime of this impostor is finishing. Now you want to join another group because you have killed yourself. You have made a noble journalism, a noble profession to be a political tool, to marginalize your people, to talk against your people, and you think you're going to go free. Our leader, Mazi Alozie, said that, I can't hear the Abahon. I can't hear the Abahon. You don't know. That is what our leader said, and that is what you are seeing. And one language, in the Suka language, said that that means your own is finished. You are just dancing. You are not going to recover from this one, Ruben Abati. You and your brother Rufai. You and your brother Rufai and the lady, you talk about insecurity, you can't go to farm. Who makes you not to go to farm, Ruben Abati? You even quarrel with Autumn on radio station. When Autumn wanted to fight out, you said no. You know that if I talk now, everything they talk now, they will say it's Miete Ada or it's Fulani that men. Who are they now? You can't even talk to the people who are stopping you from going to farm. You are afraid to call their name. You are afraid to call their name. But if it's the name of IPOB, you will call it free. IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu have become like you use Jesus Christ's name to defraud people. The religious people, they use Jesus Christ's name to defraud people to make money. So now you have turned IPOB and the lover man, a prisoner of conscience, Nnamdi Kanu, and IPOB to where you make your money. Once you talk the money, once you talk about the IPOB, your paper is running, your paper is selling, your newspaper, they will listen to you on radio. And that is what we are not going to allow. Don't call our name. Don't equate us with bad people, with people who kill, with people who burn churches and mosques, with people who rape women in their farm, in their own farm. Please, we are honest. And what we are asking for only is referendum. We're not even talking of to rule. Somebody said this is their government and you would come and call IPOB. Did IPOB tell you that they have government? Have you heard that IPOB tell you that you have government? Have you heard that this is Minister of Education in IPOB or Minister of Finance or Minister of this or that? Have we called you that there is a government? We don't have government. We don't know anything like government. What we want, give us a referendum. Then we decide who is going to lead us. And before you do that, release our leader, Mazi Alozie, Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, because he is the one to final the referendum. We don't have any other person. Don't talk of any other person. Nnamdi Kanu must be there. Talk. Even before the United Nations can come and talk anything they want to talk. Nnamdi Kanu must be there. We don't need any negotiation without our leader, Mazi Alozie, a prisoner of conscience. Release him. Release him. Release him. The chameleon. Criminals. Acabons. Oil pipeline institution and institute and all those things. Please, Tony Blair. Talk about your son. You know the name of IPOB, but you cannot call the name of Nnamdi Kanu. You can't call the name of your brother that is incarcerated in DSL Junction, suffering. Somebody who has contributed to the economy. You don't talk about him. Thank you, Dr. Chukwemeka Alozie, for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. IPOB members, share my blood. Bye.
Caller, your name and where you calling from? Oh, wait.
The leaders said, turn up to challenge us like one Nigeria. That is division now. We are watching the film Korokoro. If not IPO, Dead Alozie. We don't people, Dead Alozie, I'm telling you, what they are inside arrogant. They call us miscreants. Let us see the kind of vision where people begin to involve the Biafrans with the Fulani, people that cannot take ordinary to become president. Look at how he's struggling. I'm telling you, I'm they want another coupon to the religion, the power. What are you calling? And then to just cast the mortgage and she knew to let away. But the Quadan and the car, I said to quite the secret, the liquid and the car, all your order, you watch quick, catch quick as it. All your decisions for I think Jeremiah chapter 6, from verse 1 to end. Now I agree with Jeremiah chapter 5. I agree with verse 13, verse 14 and verse 15. My call, all the joke that they don't become the carrier benefit. That is the devil. Other than media, they don't care for an approach. They don't care for our destiny. That is what they would walk. Mother Jonathan, I have not been silent. I'm going to go to that. Catch a capital like a 19 brigade. That is the flag. I'm going to buy him not going to check on our woman. And that is coming to deny. That's why I went to the one sort of master. I go what home, I go fed them. I want to know who's talking that English. And if you don't catch him, because I don't know what English can be. I want to know how I got out every tension down with Belgium. I did. Question, but it's quick. I don't know what Cuba gave up. That's how the magnet about it. Not like it. Mama ga wouldn't like Rezomawa, then I'll let them up to Rezomawa. That I can have the jacket with my ancestral life. Dara. Okay, we're going to begin about Tamago, Amadika. Nika never bang. Na kwa for no go. Lana, that I know what to quokka. Job I didn't get about God this time that I could tell. How could I get that? Okay, the father of Takamon, why I have Kawalanga, all women and get it. All of them are fair, 4 days, Tiger, let all. I also am in a politics. I was at the first year. So the people say, when Nigeria, I saw a friend dam. That is a man. Yatega. Okay, take a majority so that the man will go when Maton Sata. Santi Sata Kayapa. I will attack a licking. What do I for Bomawa? Let me correct that. That's a cow film. Oh, that's not like a watch 4 days in Alame. I never get for that one. Anyway, I'm under police. I'm under the. I wear Biafra police. That was the message here. Biafra come. We get our own police. Oh, you don't understand security. Full on the same as I have every time. Well, when I had to buy her, I had them assembly. That is about to give it a duplex. I don't know how much quick can't better for 12 when I buy it. I expect to go to Manamu to carry Quaka. Now, from no cab. Kada the Nnamdi Kanu to Puran is Shadow and Ghana Africa. Mazi Alozie. I was telling you, Guala Kupurun Hotel and Langing and the corner one of Fanagan. Like, no dear. Now, for. Now, poor. I'm not going to cook it out. I'm oh, that's a thing that I well. All about France.
They were. Mazi. The corner is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. We will be ending this broadcast in about 20 minutes because South Africa is coming. Caller, your name and where you coming from?
Good evening from here to you, Mazi Alozie. Good morning to you from your end.
Welcome.
My name is Desmond, and I'm calling from Italy, Mazi. Mazi, you've done well, and our brother from Ungwatu has done well, and I will go ahead with first of all bringing to the announcement to Biafrans in Italy on the IPOB ESN end of year fundraising, which is ongoing, and it will end on the 29th of December 2022. This fundraising is a zonal fundraising. That is why we elongate it to the 29th of December. And all coordinators are in charge and have been directed to connect with groups that have Biafra groups in their respective zones and cities which they control. So we encourage Biafrans in Italy, wherever you are, any city you find yourself, please, when our coordinator gets to you, please cooperate and avail yourself and be with us in this end of the year ESN fundraising to protect our people in our land. The invaders are there and they are there to kill us. They will use their criminals to commit crime. They will use their mouthpiece, the agent provocateur in Finland, to issue, announce a statement or say any rubbish he wants to say, and the Nigerian government will commit the crime using their Fulani, terrorists, DSS, army, and police. And they are invading our land, burning our communities, even including Bubako, killing our people, and this cannot continue. So we have to support the defense of the land of Biafra. So therefore, I'm going to give out some zones which will have their dates of fundraising here, and also the time for Biafrans in these respective cities to please join our family there and make a support. Now we have IPOB Torino invites all Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, lovers of freedom, and groups that are affiliated to Biafra in Torino for the ESN end of the year fundraising, which will be taking place on the 18th of December 2020, which is this Sunday, and the time is 5 p.m. and the venue is via Postata number 25. And the coordinators, the number of our coordinator in Torino is +39 3512 129 145. Please contact our coordinator in Torino and join in this fundraising. If you're a Biafran, you are a friend of Biafra, lovers of freedom, and groups that are affiliated to Biafra. Please join us. Also for Biafrans in Cochensa, we also have our ESN end of the year fundraising, which will be taking place on the Saturday, 17th of December 2022. And the time is 4 p.m. The venue is Chiesa San Nicola. Chiesa San Nicola CS. And for more information, you contact our coordinator on ground in Cochensa here in Italy, +39 327 393 4929. Or you contact them on +39 3512 89 4133. For Biafrans in Cochensa, please join our IPOB family in Cochensa on Saturday, the 17th of December 2022, and support ESN for the defense of the land of Biafra. The time is 4 p.m. Please do not miss out. Also for Biafrans in Padova, which is also very, very important, you join our IPOB family in Padova on Sunday, the 18th of December 2022, and make your support for ESN to defend the land of Biafra. The time is 4 p.m. also, and the venue in Padova is via Ricardo Bacardi, number 5, Padova, Centrale, La Cortes. I will take the venue again. The venue for Biafrans in Padova is via Ricardo Bacardi, number 5, Padova, Centrale, La Cortes, and the time is 4 p.m. and the date is on Sunday. You give your ESN support. Please, all Biafrans, friends of Biafran, groups affiliated to Biafran, churches, because we have many churches in Padova that have been controlled by some of our people. Please encourage your members to join our people, our family in Padova, and give your support for the protection and defense of the land of Biafra. And also for Biafrans in Sadona, also Biafrans, IPOB Sadona is inviting all Biafrans to join in the ESN end of the year fundraising, which will be on Saturday, the 17th of December 2022. And the time is 4:30 p.m. For further information, please contact our Sadona coordinator. The number is +39 35100 72362. For our coordinator in Sadona, contact him and they will be directed on how to support in their own fundraising, which will be on Saturday the 17th. Then for Biafrans in Palermo, Italy, end of the year ESN fundraising will be on the 18th of December, Sunday the 18th of December, and the venue is Santa Chiara Catholic Church, Palermo. The venue is Santa Chiara Catholic Church, Palermo. And for further information, please contact our coordinator on +39 388 908 6339 or +39 350 945 4299. For Biafrans in Palermo, please contact our coordinator and you'll be directed on how to support. Join them on the ESN end of the year fundraising. And you are in Italy, should I say maybe you are not gotten to, or in any way you want to support, or in one way or the other, please contact this number from IPOB National Body, sent by the National Coordinator of Italy, and the number is +39 351 0046 055. This is IPOB National Coordinator number in Italy, and the second is +39 371 3044902. This is IPOB National PRO number in Italy. Please call and join us in this ESN end of the year fundraising to defend the land of Biafra. Lastly but not the least, Biafrans in America, you are a Biafran, you are in the continent of America. Please call Dr. Tina, known as Dr. Money, and you will be directed on the appropriate channel to support ESN. It is a continuous effort. We are in Biafra. And the number is +1 682 552 3333. Dr. Tina, known as Dr. Money, you are a Biafran, friends of Biafrans, group of leaders in America. Please call and you'll be directed on the appropriate channel to support ESN for the defense of our people and the land of Biafra, that we may live to rejoice in the land of the rising sun. Now, Mazi Alozie, I want to quickly say something, just one comment about this Reuben Abati. Mazi, when you see a full-fledged man, every day he come out, he put on white clothes inside and wear suit and put tie, and he sit on a table and he says on television with women, every day, 3, 4 women. Sometimes it's in their middle, sometimes it's other way, they are the other way. And he says he's doing news broadcasting and he's talking rubbish. Is that not a stupid man? Reuben Abati has been a stupid man right from time. Are you with me? So our people should get used to this kind of people. The important thing that Biafrans need to understand is that if an association like the Human Rights Association of Nigeria can be able to tell that the impost or the Fulani Kaba that they should allow our leader Mazi Kanu to have a briefing, a press briefing to address Nigerians, if indeed they are not the people that are sponsoring the insecurity in Biafra land, in the southeast, or even in Nigeria, that they should do so that they will convince the people of Nigeria. Now, I wonder why, if these people can understand that Nigeria are responsible for the burning of our communities, our markets, using their agents in Finland to cause all these problems in our land. If the human rights, even though they are Nigerians, can understand it, our people that our leader has taken so much years to lecture, to educate, and also even every day, you people are on Radio Biafra, educating our people, educating us, and our people will still say they don't know. And somebody will come out and say, oh, what Simon Ekpa is doing, all those kind of things. Then that is the foolishness of our people. Have you seen it? So our people must understand that this guy, they are using him to be killing our people, burning our village and destroying our land. And at the end of the day, he's going to get his common back. And somebody saying that our people don't hear, that is why they say sit at home. Who is telling you sit at home? Sit at home for what? For who? To achieve what? And to gain what exactly? Which sit at home? Now, if you want people to sit at home, you need to force them. If you are telling people that you want to create a good environment for them to have a national status quo that is very, very good and valuable as normal people should live in, and then you are forcing them to sit at home, instead of convincing them, instead of educating them and convincing them, you are forcing them using guns, burning the market, burning our villages, and you say you are fighting for Biafra. And some people will say they don't understand your tactics. That is foolishness in the highest order. Those people are only deceiving themselves. So I thank God for Biafrans who are waking up and who will continue to resist this demon that they are using. Because this guy will not go free. Everything he has done, he must face judgment. Either in Biafra or anywhere, he will surely face judgment. But Biafrans must continue what we are doing. We should ignore this Nigerian media. They are all stupid people. These are foolish people. These are the reason why Nigerians have no respect in the outside country. Because they have no shame. They talk any rubbish they like. So Reuben Abati is one of them. It's not different. So he's a foolish man. Sit with women every day and start to talk nonsense and say you are in television. And now I call you. And those guys will be inferiority complex as they say it, trying to speak English that they don't understand. They try to change their tongue, to look like the white man. And they are inferior. They feel themselves inferior. So challenge against nothing. So Biafrans must continue. Unconditional release of a leader, because a leader has been discharged and acquitted and a referendum, and that is where we stand. Anybody can say anything. anybody can do anything. Our destiny is in our hands, Biafra. We must defend our land and blow up the enemy of our land. Our leader says, go and study the history of Israel, that they blow British off their land. So we must blow them off our land also. Thank you, Mazi Alozie. I don't know him bless you from here.
We are approaching the end of the broadcast. The call number is +1 484 767 0848 +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Yeah, they lie and they act innocent when there's no truth coming from them. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, good afternoon, Mazi Alozie.
Good morning from here. Welcome.
Okay, I'm calling from Enugu. I just want to be brief. I think I'm urging the IPOB leadership. I'm asking them to do something immediately as regard to Simon Lever, because over 6 dead bodies, in the east here. From Friday, they have been shooting everywhere.
Your line is dead. Yeah, your line is dead. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, Mazi Alozie. My name remains Chukuma, and I'm calling you from my location.
Welcome, Chukuma.
Thank you, sir. Mazi Alozie, first of all, I want to make a very special appeal. Appeal to all Biafrans, whether at home and in diaspora. I'm making this appeal because I've noticed that our people do not listen to Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is a hallowed platform. Our leader committed Radio Biafra before God and said that lies and falsehood will not appear on Radio Biafra. And it has been that way all along. Our people are suffering, are perishing, and being killed because they fail to listen to Radio Biafra. This is the season of going home. A lot of our people in diaspora are in fears about what is happening because they do not listen to Radio Biafra. Our young men are being killed every day in Biafra land because they do not listen to Radio Biafra. I'm making this appeal. The enemy cannot be listening to Radio Biafra more than the Biafrans themselves. It is unfortunate. Our people should listen to Radio Biafra. I'm happy that the so-called World Cup, when other parts of the world are being under genocide, is going on and everybody pretends that everything is normal. World Cup is coming to an end. And then the Azul election will kick in and we will see the result. But I want to appeal to our people to make sure that they tune to Radio Biafra so that we will minimize the unnecessary killings by Nigerian state of our youth, of our people, with the destruction of our property. That said, as for Ruben Abati, I just have one word for him and for journalists in Nigeria. Journalism, true journalism, died in Nigeria with the death of late Delegiwa, which was executed by Nigerian state. Ask me why. Delegiwa came back from USA to work for, first of all, the Daily Times of Nigeria. From there, he moved over to Concord. From Concord, himself and Yakubu Mohammed, Dan Abese, they founded the News Watch. And News Watch was professionally run as a media organization. It was in the course of running the News Watch that powers that keep us in servitude decided to take the life of Delegiwa. And up to today, that vacuum has not been filled. What we have are yellow journalists people who mind their pocket. But Abati was formerly working for Goodluck Jonathan. And after Goodluck Jonathan, he's battling now to see if he will get noticed. Journalism in Nigeria died with the death of Delegiwa, and that is a fact. Thank you, Biafrans. Listen to Radio Biafra. Listen to Radio Biafra day in, day out. That is where our hope is. Listen to Radio Biafra. It is not just a radio. It is more than a radio. And for all Biafran media warriors, kudos to all of you. Keep on fighting. We will fight, never relent. Thank you, Mazi Alozie, for this opportunity. And all hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Endeavor. This is where we will end the broadcast, and we'll be on the air again tomorrow. Tomorrow, now waiting to happen. That's program for tomorrow. We've said all we can say. The issues come up every day. We've said all we can say. The issues come up every day. We've said all we can say. The issues come up every day.
Therefore, you are listening to Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Once again, today is the third day, the third day of September 2022. Today is Saturday. Therefore, without wasting time or taking any time, I will bring in our special guest today, Wada Uchechi Okukano. Please, Madam, welcome to the program. Your brief introduction for formality's sake, please. Go on, please, Madam.
Thank you, Master Jonathan. Thank you very much. I say good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and good night to every one of us, depending on where you are. My name is Wada Uchechi Okukano, the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike ward of Biafra land. Ndewo.
Ndewo Wada Wanyoma. You are welcome to the program. You know, here we say it as it is, as you know, because we don't try to be politically correct. It doesn't matter. Now, let us go to the business of the day, because you need to talk to Biafrans and take some questions from me. The first question I want to ask you is this: how are you faring with your children? In this case, do you sometimes feel dejected or frustrated owing to the fact that our leader, who is your husband, passed through this same ordeal for 18 months in 2015 and is now passing through the same situation? How are you feeling, please?
Thank you. We are coping. We've had to cope. I mean, we have to, as there is absolutely nothing we can do but to survive. It is very difficult. It is absolutely difficult. Where I have stepped in as both mother and father, especially with a young child, a young boy child, who is involved in activities that requires the participation of his father. You know, for instance, you have a child you need to take to football, swimming, even school drop-offs and pick-ups. But his dad is not available to do all that bonding activities, and he does not understand why sometimes. And Sometimes he's upset that I'm the one picking him up from school, hoping that he will be. So it is very difficult to answer your question. And actually, he met his father for the first time when he was 3 years old. So you can imagine the difficulty he has had to live with the fluctuations associated with his father's presence. Dejected, frustrated. Absolutely, yes. I do feel frustrated because I never envisaged that this part would be this difficult and unsettling. The first time my husband was kidnapped, in fact, in 2015, it was a great shock as I was heavily pregnant as at that time.
Before you enter, because that's where I was going to ask you. Let me just put it before you go on, please. Were you at Afari Beku in 2017 when the Nigerian military invaded your home in order to murder Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader? And, as you're saying, it's understandable. You're a human being. We are all humans. What was your feeling concerning the whole evil episode as of that time? You can continue, please.
Okay, as of that time, 2017, that is the most difficult thing I have ever had to face for months. Why was it difficult? Because I did not know where my husband was. I was on the phone to him. I was meant to travel that week, but I think I had to get something for him, so my traveling, I had to reschedule and then book it for the next week. So we were on the phone and talking, and I started to hear this sporadic shootings. So my heart skipped and I screamed, what was that? He said, he's coming, he's coming, I should hold him. So I started to scream on the phone. I was screaming because he wasn't giving me any response. So I was screaming and asking, what is going on? What is going on? This very statement I'm making should be found on BBC interview or not, which is the reason I cannot interview with BBC, except if they accept the full responsibility to air a complete interview with them.
They censor, we know, they censor things. That's it.
So they censored quite a lot of my interviews, which I did with them on the 11th of February 2018. In fact, they asked me a question: why haven't we heard? I mean, why haven't we been able to see you or reach you or get your response from your tweet message? So I did explain to them that it was so traumatizing. I was haunted and tormented and traumatized for months because of that event. I miscarried because of that very day.
You had a miscarriage, really, because of that event?
Yes, because of that very event. So because of that, I wasn't out there and moving because I was quite ill, and the trauma was unbearable. This was a man who was getting ready in preparation for his court appearance in no due time, as we all know, but then was attacked by the same government a few days before. So after my BBC interview, I carried on with investigation and questioning as always in the background. So this is one of the challenges, as I'm feeling frustrated, and it is the uncertainty that comes with it as well. It can get one very frustrated. So to answer your question, I was on the phone when that attack took place. I was on the phone to him when it took place. So if I can continue with explaining how difficult it is and how frustrating